Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Don't Look Now by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Francis Anderson. Chapter 1. He stood among the crowd of nosy neighbors, watching the excavations. One of the homes had burned down recently, which had led to the discovery of the bodies. His handiwork. He'd been so careful to make sure they would never be found, and they wouldn't have been if the construction crew hadn't torn out the foundation. They'd messed with the dirt around it and dug them up. No way he could have seen that coming. Now the cops would be looking for him. And the timing wasn't the greatest. It would have been better if he didn't have his next project to take care of. Focusing on her and this was too much. But he'd manage, somehow. Could try looking at it as an extra challenge. He didn't want any complications. Not that anyone had asked him. It was time for a change, of course, regardless. He would have to focus on both. It was just a wrench in his plans. Nothing he couldn't handle if he gave it enough thought. Someone bumped him. A guy with a fancy suit. This neighborhood had more lawyers than the local courthouse. "Sorry," said the guy. "Can you believe there are bodies here in Rosie Hills?" "Inconceivable." It was hard to be convincing. These people all lived in a fantasy world where nothing ever went wrong for them. The neighbor didn't seem to notice his lack of enthusiasm. "You think the Jones did it?" "Couldn't say. I wouldn't mind taking the case. Could use the publicity for my firm." He'd called it lawyer. The coroner brought out the first body on a rolling cart. The bags never looked as neat and pretty as the bags on TV. This one was a hideous shade of green, and looked like it had seen better days. One lady gasped and ran from the crowd. She shouldn't gawk if she couldn't handle it. And it wasn't like anyone could see the body inside the bag. It would only be bones at this point anyway. Nothing to get bent out of shape over. After the coroner placed the second bag into the van, the vehicle drove away. Just 2 bodies. They must not have discovered the third. He'd definitely buried 3 there. Good news was that was less to get convicted of if any evidence pointed toward him. Not that it should. He'd always been careful. But he hadn't been as skilled in his early days when he'd buried them. Might have made a slip-up, like burying them too close to the foundation. Not that he could have foreseen the arson. Who'd have thought this safe, gated community had 2 criminals living within its gates? Not just one. Him. And he wouldn't get caught. He'd been careful. Even if he hadn't been as skillful. This just upped the stakes, added more excitement to the thrill. He would have to prepare for the questions. Even if the cops didn't suspect him, they'd talk to everyone in the neighborhood. Might start poking around as early as tonight. For now, they were busy. This might set back the Joneses' efforts to rebuild their torched home. Especially if the authorities decided to look around for more bodies. If they found the third, they'd be anxious to tear apart the entire property. They might even want to look around in other neighbors' yards. If they did, they might discover the full extent of his handiwork. But for now, they didn't even know about the last body on the property they were already examining. The chances of them exploring beyond were unlikely. They'd be busy enough with the 2 bodies. That was great news for him. Not that he could relax. He would remain on high alert as long as the cops were digging around, either literally or figuratively. It was time to check on his current project, and then he needed to leave the neighborhood for a while. Wait for the police to finish questioning everyone. They'd be back to talk to him, but at least that would give him more time to plan around this curveball. He needed as much time as he could get to pull together a story to throw them off his trail. It would have to be solid, and he would need to know it well. Couldn't slip up and accidentally change even one detail in his story. Speaking of the cops, 2 uniformed officers were headed straight for the throng of gawkers. Given that it was the early afternoon, it was mostly housewives with a few of the work-from-home husbands. Maybe some of the wives were in the same boat. But with the money flowing here, it was unlikely. A lot of these husbands saw their wives not working as a status symbol. His wife didn't work either. But he had a completely different reason for that. Something he doubted any of the other men in the neighborhood cared about. Chapter 2. Ariana Jones stared at the blank wall before trailing her gaze to the two-way mirror. So much for trying to avoid looking at it. This was a first, sitting in one of these rooms as a suspect. She'd sat in similar rooms for various other reasons, but never for this. At least she wasn't under arrest for murder. It hardly seemed possible that human remains had been found on her property. They had to have been there since she and Damon moved in. They hadn't even reached the 2-year anniversary of becoming homeowners. Would that be considered not very long? The head of their construction crew had used that term when describing the bodies found. They hadn't been there for very long. Surely the police would see she and Damon couldn't have committed the crime. If only Damon could be with her. But he was in another room himself for questioning. Having grown up with her dad as a policeman, she knew the drill. The cops were separating them so they didn't have time to collaborate on a story. Not that it mattered. All they needed was the truth. But if she and Damon had committed the crime, they would have had all the time leading up to this point to discuss the details. Only because they knew nothing about the bodies did they have no time to talk to each other about it. Did the officers actually think they'd have let the construction crew find them if they knew about the remains? She and Damon would be really stupid criminals if that were the case. Knock, knock. Ari's heart leaped into her throat. She tried to keep the fear off her face and body. No doubt someone stood on the other side of the mirror, studying her every move. Detective Rojas entered and sat across the table. Ariana. Detective. Silence hung in the air. Ariana was already familiar with the detective because she had worked on her friend Rita's case when she was abducted. Rojas flipped through some papers before turning her attention to Ariana. Didn't think I'd be seeing you again so soon. Me neither. Ariana took a deep breath. She didn't want to think about everything that had happened over the last month. Her friend's disappearance, the neighbor's threats and subsequent arrest, the arson, now the bodies. She shoved those thoughts from her mind. The silence between her and the detective dragged on. Ari cleared her throat. How can I help you? What can you tell me about the remains on your property? Only that I'm still processing the news. Damon and I were having lunch with Rita when he got the call. You didn't know they were there? Asked the detective. Of course not. The realtor failed to mention that fact. I'm sure she didn't know either. Rojas scribbled notes. Ariana resisted the urge to glance at the mirror. Not like she'd see the person on the other side. How long have you lived in your house? She told her the date they purchased the now-destroyed house. 2 years, said Rojas. Almost. Did you ever suspect the remains were there? No. You never did any yard work and came across anything weird? No, she repeated. You sure? We hire people for that, Ariana said. Everyone in the neighborhood does, and nobody we've hired has mentioned anything. Okay. The detective scrawled more notes. I'll need the information of each of them. I'll have to text it to you. Ariana gulped down the remainder of her water bottle. It didn't help her parched throat. Sure. Do you need another water bottle? I'm fine. The faster they could get through this, the sooner she could leave. It's no problem. I can get you whatever you need. Coffee, tea, snacks. Ari relaxed a little. Surely the woman wouldn't be so kind if she thought Ariana had killed someone. Unless it was an act, a trick to get Ariana to trust her. She couldn't let down her guard for a moment. However, I wouldn't recommend the coffee, said the detective. My dad always says the same thing about his precinct's coffee. He says it always tastes stale. Rojas smiled. That's right. Your dad's an officer here in Washington. A detective, Ariana said. He loves solving cases. And he would stop at nothing to prove his daughter's innocence if she was accused. Detective Rojas didn't indicate whether she picked up on that cue. You want water or tea? Nothing. I just want to go home. It could be a while. Then let's move on with the questions, Ariana said. It'll go quicker if you're comfortable. Water, please. The words left Ari's mouth before she registered them. Rojas left her notes on the table and went out the door. It was a test. Would Ariana look at what she wrote? Not with a two-way mirror, but a camera in the corner as well. She'd really have to be desperate and dumb to try that. What she really wanted to do was call her dad. But he already knew about the situation. She'd spoken with him on speaker while Damon drove to the station. He'd given them clear instructions and said he was available to speak with the officers on the case. Ariana and Damon would answer questions and be helpful until the moment they felt uncomfortable. They both had the number of an attorney and would call if needed. She wanted to find out how Damon was doing. Could their month get any worse? The only reason the remains had been found was because they had to rebuild their home after Boone burned it down as a distraction. For all the good it had done him, it didn't keep him from getting arrested. In fact, everything had backfired on him. At least that proved there was justice in this world. Boone was behind bars. That meant Ariana and Damon would soon be proven innocent of this matter. Detective Rojas should be more concerned about the home's previous owners. They were the ones who had most likely put the body there. It made sense that was why they would have wanted to move. Several of the neighbors had even mentioned how suddenly they'd sold. She made a mental note to bring that up to the detective. Whenever she got back, time dragged in this room worse than waiting for a flight. Ari watched the second hand drag around the clock. She fidgeted with the empty water bottle. Hopefully she wasn't giving off signals of guilt. She was nervous because she was at the station being questioned about a crime she didn't commit. With any luck, Damon was faring better down the hall. Chapter 3. Damon gritted his teeth and considered his wording as he stared down the burly detective on the other side of the table. Detective Kamada didn't blink, flexed his trunk-like arms. "Well?" "I don't know anything about the body," Damon said. "Body?" "Remains," Damon corrected himself. "Is that what you'd prefer I call it?" Kamada's brows twitched. "Don't play with me." "I'm not." "Then answer my question." "Your question?" Damon said. "You said, and I quote, 'body'?" "Tell me what you know." "I did. All I know about the remains is what Jerry the foreman told me. They were digging up the foundation to build our new house when they came across the body. I don't even know where they found it. My wife and I were out to lunch with our friend Rita at her bar and grill at the time. We haven't even been home because we came straight here." "That's the story you're sticking with?" Damon drew in a deep breath. "That is the truth. The remains are recent. Both of them." "Both? There's more than one?" The detective nodded. Damon's stomach churned acid. "Did you see them yourself?" Kamada cracked his knuckles. "I'll be the one asking questions." Hopefully the other detective wasn't giving Ariana this hard of a time. "Have you looked into Boone Walker?" Damon asked. "I just said, you'll do the questioning, I know," Damon said. "But Boone's a much more likely suspect than Ariana or me. He's lived in the neighborhood longer, and he's an actual criminal." "I shouldn't consider the son of Cal Jones the notorious serial killer?" Damon's stomach dropped to the floor. The detective was actually going there. "Am I under arrest?" "You know you're not." "So I'm free to leave?" "It would be more helpful if you stayed. You would look more cooperative." Damon gritted his teeth. "Look, I get that you have questions, but I've done nothing wrong. My father has nothing to do with this. Ariana and I have lived on that property less than 2 years. Multiple neighbors have told us the previous owners sold and ran off in a hurry, surprising a lot of people. They're far more suspicious than we are. Why did they leave so suddenly?" "Do you have their information?" asked Kamada. "Maybe in the paperwork somewhere. Unfortunately, it burned along with everything else in my house." The detective made notes on an electronic tablet. "Do you remember their names?" "No, but if you ask around my neighborhood, I'm sure you can get all of that information." "We never met them, but our neighbors saw them every day. Someone might have a phone number or address. Maybe they're on social media. I have no idea." Kamada made more notes. "Can my wife and I leave?" Damon asked. "It's been a very trying day." "I'm sure it has." "Did I mention my father-in-law is a detective? Here in Washington State." "Interesting." "He can give you a character witness to show you that Ariana and I are good people. We make our living helping others." "Doing what?" Kamada asked. "We teach people how to avoid abductions and escape abusive situations. Both of us were victims in our younger years, and we want to reach others before they end up in similar situations." How do you teach them? We have a podcast and a book. Plus, we speak at a lot of schools. Kamada made more notes. Back to the remains in your yard. We had nothing to do with that. How could you not know what was buried on your property? Because nobody told us. Damon wanted to pull on his hair. I'm leaving, unless you have any questions that I can actually help with. Ariana and I don't know anything about the bodies the construction crew found. We moved to Rosie Hills to have a quiet life. That's it. Guess that didn't turn out too well for you. Clearly not. Detective Kamada handed him a business card. If you think of anything later, let me know right away. I'll be sure to. Damon made sure his phone and wallet were in his pockets. Then he stormed out of the room. He itched to go home and beat on his punching bag. But it was ash now. The best he could do was pump iron in Charles and Leah's workout room. Their next-door neighbors had taken Ariana and him in after Boone burned their house. Otherwise, they'd be in a hotel room or a temporary apartment until their new home was ready for them to move in. The only good thing about the entire situation was that Rita was alive and well. She'd been abducted and had fought for her life. Ariana and Damon had refused to back off Boone, so he'd burned down their house. It was a good thing he was in prison. If he wasn't, Damon might be tempted to use him as a punching bag. No, Damon wasn't his father. He wouldn't hurt anyone, wouldn't take any lives. But how the urges called to him, especially after all the harm Boone had caused. The justice system was taking care of him. He would pay, and likely would never walk free again. Given his charges, the other inmates would probably rough him up, if what he'd heard about the system was true. His own father had supposedly died by suicide behind bars. Cal Jones would have never taken his own life, but his crimes against women and children had finally caught up to him. Boone would also get what was coming to him, one way or another, even though he was no criminal mastermind. He'd done more than enough to earn himself problems in prison. Damon needed to trust in that. He stepped into the precinct's waiting room and glanced around. No Ariana. Detective Rojas was still questioning her. The only wrong they'd committed was buying the wrong home. But there was no way they could have foreseen any of this, and he still didn't regret any decision they'd made. Their best friends in the world were next door and across the street, though Boone was no longer on that list. Charles and Leah were letting them stay as house guests for as long as they needed. Rita was across the street recovering and rebuilding her life, one day at a time. Soon Damon and Ariana would be starting to rebuild too. Though now that would take even more time than they'd thought. How long would their property be a crime scene? Until the mystery of the bodies was solved? Or until the cops were sure they'd gotten all the evidence they needed? Would they be better off starting somewhere new? Getting away from their current street, which at this point seemed cursed? Or was it him, son of the notorious serial killer? His father had murdered his mom, just one of many, but the one that had destroyed Damon at such a young age. Maybe there was no escaping heartache and tragedy. Didn't matter where he lived. He couldn't outrun his past. He might have brought all this to their safe, gated neighborhood. No. The previous owner had made his choices. Boone made his. He'd committed several felonies, all serious enough to keep him behind bars for decades. Bad luck. That's all this was. Damon and Ari had chosen a home across the street from a psychopath. Could have happened to anyone, but it happened to them. He needed to talk with his father-in-law. Alex Mercer had become more of a dad to him than his own father had ever been. Though he'd had no reason to trust Damon, whose father had targeted the Mercer family, Alex had taken him under his wing, choosing to see him as a victim rather than the offspring of the devil. Unlike Detective Kamada, Damon went outside and called Alex. Paced, keeping the waiting room in view through the windows. Wanted to wrap his arms around Ariana the moment she walked out of her interrogation. "How did the questioning go?" Alex answered the call. "Ari's still in there," Damon said. "They're looking at us as possible suspects." "They don't have anything on you." "Nothing. He keeps saying the remains are recent. It was like he was trying to get me to confess." "Did he say how recent?" Alex asked. "No. They can't arrest you without evidence. Considering you two haven't lived there very long, I would assume they're just covering their bases." "Can you call them and find out what they know?" Damon asked. "They aren't likely to tell me much. I'm not involved in the investigation, and I have zero jurisdiction being so far away." "But you're a detective, and you're invested in the case." "Exactly why they'd be more likely to be tight-lipped," Alex said. "We didn't do anything." "Have patience while they rule you out. Once the morgue receives the body, they'll process it. They'll find clues pointing to the killer. For now, all they have is you two. How's Ari holding up?" "I wish I knew." "Take deep breaths," Alex said. "This will all work out, I promise." "You don't know that. This is all part of the process. Let them eliminate you two, and then you can move on with your lives." "Do you want me to drive over?" "I appreciate the offer, but we'll be able to handle this. Besides, I don't want to pull you away from Zoe and the twins." "I doubt they'll miss me. Zoe's so involved with her business these days, and Lainey and Xandar are in the throes of middle school. I'm as embarrassing and uncool as you can get." Alex chuckled. Under any other circumstances, Damon would have shared the humor. "Do you have any other advice for us?" "If you feel any pressure from the detectives, call your attorney right away. You don't have to answer any question you aren't comfortable with. You have rights. Don't forget that." "That's why I walked away from my interrogation." "Thanks, Alex." "No problem. Call me anytime." They said goodbye, and Damon ended the call. Ariana appeared inside the waiting room. Time to find out how her questioning went. Chapter 4. A crowd had gathered on the street, looking at Ariana and Damon's plot of land. They would have to pass the group of neighbors to reach Charles and Leah's house. They had no home. It was still surreal. Who knew how long it would be now? The investigation would put a halt to construction. Damon stopped the car and turned to Ariana. "Do you want to go somewhere else for now?" "Where?" "Anywhere. Back to the bar and grill?" "I'm not hungry." "We could see what's playing at the theater," he said. "You wanted to see that new comedy everyone's talking about." Humor would be lost on me at this point. He squeezed her hand. "Or it could help relieve some of the stress." "I doubt that." We could go to the lake and walk the path. Let's do that, she said. Damon turned the car around and headed out of the neighborhood. The lake was only 5 minutes away, and it always took her mind off things. Though it would take a miracle to distract her after being questioned about murders she hadn't committed. She couldn't believe they'd bought a house that had bodies buried in the yard. They'd moved to the gated community of Rosie Hills for a quiet and safe existence. They'd both had more than enough trauma and drama in their childhoods and teenage years to last several lifetimes. In fact, that was what had brought them together in the first place. Maybe even what kept them together. No, it was their love and devotion that glued their relationship. Healing from their pasts only gave them empathy for each other. It tightened their bond, but it wasn't the sum of their relationship. Damon rested his hand on her knee. "Are you ready to get out?" She snapped her attention to the parking lot. "I was so lost in thought. I didn't realize we were here already." He gave her a gentle kiss. "I can't believe it either. All those times we hosted barbecues and spent time in the yard, we were close to bodies. Now the police are looking at us as suspects. It's just a matter of waiting for them to figure out we're innocent. They have to ask questions until they find the truth." "I know. It just sucks that we've been pulled into the middle of another crime. Seems like we can't escape it no matter how hard we try." "Let's walk around the lake," Damon said. "The fresh air will do us good." She stepped outside and took a deep breath. It didn't help. Damon threaded his fingers through hers and led her to the water. A bunch of kids played at the playground, and another couple ran on the sand with a golden retriever. A group of preteen boys kicked a ball back and forth. He pulled her close. "This reminds me of when we first met." She flashed back to seeing him for the first time in the classroom for the study group he was leading. He'd seemed so much older than she was then, but now the 2-year age difference was nothing. "One of our first dates was at a beach," he said. "Remember?" "Of course, but I thought we were studying, not on a date." "In my mind it was." He kissed her forehead. "I fell for you hard and fast." "I guarantee you, I fell harder and faster." She half smiled at the thought. "Then your parents found out who my dad was. It was as if the world had set us up to fail. Look at us now. Nothing tore us apart. Never will." He gave her a lingering kiss. "Why does trouble follow us around?" "All of this will be behind us soon. This is just a minor setback." "Minor?" she exclaimed. 2 people are dead, and they've been buried under our ground all this time. Imagine what their families are going through, not knowing what happened to them." Damon rubbed her back. "I love that you care so much about people, but I hate that it runs you through the ringer." "How am I supposed to not be upset over this?" "You should be. But the detectives will figure out who the victims were. Then the families will be given closure. People will get answers they've been desperate to find." Damon led her to where the water was lapping the sand. She watched the gentle waves expose and cover a shell. He sat and pulled her onto his lap. Ari leaned her head against his and took comfort in his embrace. At least they were together. She wouldn't want to go through any of this alone, and she didn't have to. He was the love of her life, and they had each other's backs. They always would. Hopefully, it would be enough. Chapter 5. Damon pushed the steak around his plate, hardly able to focus on the conversation around him. Detective Kamada's words kept ringing through his mind. I shouldn't consider the son of Cal Jones, the notorious serial killer. Anytime something criminal happened around Damon, someone reminded him of his roots. He would always be suspect. Why didn't anyone ever remember that he was the son of his mom, too? She'd been the most kind-hearted woman, and he was equally her child. He was more her than his dad. But Damon was the only one to hold her memory. Nobody would forget the infamous Cal Jones. Maybe what he needed was a name change, or to move somewhere so far away that no one had ever heard the name of his father. Don't like my cooking, Charles teased, pulling Damon from his thoughts and back to the dinner table with Ari and his friends. Charles and Leah had invited Rita to join them. Since her return, the group eating dinner together had become a regular gathering. With Boone in prison, Rita was spending less time at her restaurant, giving her managers more responsibilities. Now she actually liked being home. Your cooking isn't the problem, Damon said. What then? Charles asked. You act like dead bodies were found on your property today. Leah nudged him. Stop. Too soon to joke about it? Damon set his fork down. You're fine. I'd be laughing too, but something the detective said keeps bothering me. What? Ariana asked, her brows drawing together. He brought up my father. He's keeping his eyes on me. She slammed her fork down. He can't hold that against you. That doesn't make you a criminal. Try telling him that. Maybe I will. Does anyone else know who your dad is? Rita asked. In the neighborhood, I mean. Only you guys, Damon said. It isn't something I like to advertise. People get uncomfortable real quick when they find out they're in the presence of a serial killer's son. I'm surprised you all accept me. You can't help who your parents are, Charles said. Do you still believe that? Damon asked. Even with bodies dug up on my property? Boone probably put them there, Leah said. She looked at Rita. No offense. None taken. Damon sighed. I can't blame people for being nervous. I'm sure I'd be too. Especially if they knew the urges he'd been fighting since Boone threatened Ariana. None of us will tell anyone who your dad was, Leah said. Right, Charles? Obviously not. Damon pushed his food around again. I just worry that the detective is going to ask around and mention my link to my father. Our neighbors should know you by now, Leah said. That'd be like not trusting Rita because of Boone. It's ridiculous. There were bodies buried on my property, and I was raised by a serial killer. It doesn't look good. I'm not dumb enough to pretend otherwise. Silence. Ariana finally spoke. The evidence will prove you innocent. I was raised by a cop, so I know that much. Maybe I better talk to an attorney. Damon couldn't remember the last time he felt so defeated. Won't that make you look guilty? Charles asked. If you lawyer up. It's the only way I'll get the legal advice I need, and I want to be ahead of the detective if he runs his mouth. Ariana squeezed his leg. We'll get through this. If we need to talk to the world's most expensive attorney, then we will. You aren't going to see the inside of a prison. And we can tell the police you aren't staying here, Leah said. I don't want anyone lying for me. I haven't done anything wrong, and I'm not going to have anyone deceive the cops for me. Wouldn't bother me to send them down the wrong trail, especially if he's going after you for something like that. He has nothing and knows it if he has to grasp for those kinds of straws. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not going to hide. And besides, the neighbors have seen our cars out front. It'll take all of 2 minutes to poke holes in that story. I'm going to stick with the truth. Let me know if you change your mind. I won't. Rita looked at her phone. I got a bolt. Big party at the restaurant tonight, and I want to be there personally. Didn't you hire extra staff so you don't have to be there all the time? Ariana asked. Yeah, but this is the mayor's birthday. I want to make sure everything goes perfectly. Can you say something about Damon's innocence? Ari asked. If she brings up my abduction, or if it comes up naturally. I don't want to be pushy. You understand, right? Yes, Damon said quickly. Don't worry about it. I don't want the mayor involved. She could help, Ariana said. We don't even know if the detective is going to do anything other than try to rattle me with his knowledge of who my dad was. In fact, I don't want to talk about this anymore. New topic. Ariana sighed and followed Rita outside. She motioned for Leah, who shook her head and stayed. Charles turned to Damon. Do you think the detective is going to be a problem? Too early to say. But from the interrogation, what vibe did you get? Not a good one. So he could be a problem. Could be? Charles tapped the table and looked deep in thought. I'll say whatever you want me to. What I don't want is to put you in that position in the first place. Maybe Ariana and I should look for something to rent until our house is built. You can stay here as long as you need to. We know it'll take months to get the house up, and we're happy to have your company. Definitely, Leah said. This is more than just building a new house, Damon said. Now we've got dead bodies, and that's going to put a halt on our plans. Could add weeks or even months to the timeline. What part of you're welcome to stay as long as you need to don't you understand? We're here for you, and we're not fair-weather friends. Damon hesitated. I appreciate the offer. We both do. But this new snag is more than any of us could see coming. It would be stressful enough for any normal couple, but when you throw me into the picture, it's too much. You're too hard on yourself. No, I'm not. My father is Cal Jones. And you aren't him, Charles said. Let us help you. You don't understand the severity of the situation. And I don't want to drag you and Leah down. You're trying to have a baby. The last thing you two need is the fallout from having me stay here. I'm a screenwriter. I deal with Hollywood all the time. Stress is a natural part of my life. Doesn't mean you always handle it well, Leah muttered. What? Charles said. Nothing. You definitely said something. Forget I said anything. Leah stormed outside. See? We're already causing problems by staying here. Damon rose and hurried outside, passing the women who were gathered around Rita's new car, talking, and went to his charger. Ariana ran over after he started the engine. She motioned for him to roll down the window. He did. Where are you going? She asked. I need some space to think. I'll go with you. Not this time, babe. Her expression fell. It isn't personal, he said quickly. I just have to figure some stuff out on my own. But we're in this together. I know we are. He took her hand and squeezed. And we'll talk once I sort out my thoughts. She frowned. If that's how you feel, I do. When will we talk? He shrugged. Tonight or tomorrow. It won't be long before Kamada shows up with more questions, and I want to be ready for him. We don't have any appointments tomorrow, so we can stay up talking all night if we need to. I have always loved our late-nighters. Sounds like a plan. Wake me if I'm asleep when you get in. Sure. She gave him a quick kiss and stepped back. Damon rolled up the window and revved the engine before pulling away. His dad had been dead for years, but even from the grave he managed to make Damon's life miserable. Chapter 6. Ariana returned to Rita and Leah. Is Damon okay? Leah asked, concern in her eyes. Her stomach turned to ice. I hope so. He's still upset about what the cop said? I think so. He didn't want to talk about it. Rita gave her a quick hug. If you want some girl time, come by the restaurant in an hour or two. I'll be able to break away from the mayor's party by then. Drinks are on me. If Damon hasn't returned yet, I might take you up on that. Even if he has, you can still head over. I need to catch you two up on some things. Rita rubbed her belly. A flash of jealousy crossed Leah's face, but then it disappeared just as quickly. We've been waiting. An hour or two. Rita kissed them both on the cheek before speeding away. What was that about? Ariana asked. What? Leah asked. That look you gave Rita. I didn't give her any look. Leah spun around and marched across the street toward her house. Ari caught up with her and put her hand on Leah's arm. If it's too difficult to talk about, you don't have to. She's my friend. Of course I want to know about her baby. We don't even know if the father is Boone or Mitch. But you and Charles have been trying, and sometimes it just takes time. If my doctor isn't worried, then neither am I. If you say so. I do. Leah hurried inside the house. Ariana caught up with her. They went inside and cleaned up what was left from dinner. Who do you think put the bodies there? Leah asked. It has to be someone from the neighborhood. It would be far too difficult to sneak bodies in and bury them. Ari wanted to say something about the sharp change in subject, but bit her tongue. It has to be the previous owners. I've heard they moved rather suddenly. That makes sense. Did they seem like killers to you? Charles and I never met them. We moved in right after you and Damon. I forgot about that, Ari said. Damon and I will have to ask around. Good idea. They do seem to be the logical choice. I wonder if it could be someone else, though. Who? Leah shrugged. Don't know, but wouldn't it be brilliant to hide a body in someone else's yard? Or stupid. They could so easily get caught. Charles joined them. What are you two talking about? What else? Leah asked. Murderer theories. They said the bodies were fresh? Recent, Ariana said. I think that was the word. Everything has been such a blur since we got that call. I'll bet. Is Damon okay? He needs time to think. Is that normal for him? Only when he's really stressed, Ari said. It had only happened once or twice in the time she'd known him, but she didn't want to admit that. With any luck, after having the space to think, he'd be fine. "What was he talking about with you before he left?" "Same as at dinner," Charles said. "He's upset about the detective focusing on his relation to his dad." Ariana frowned. The one thing he can't escape, and it isn't even his fault. "It really sucks. I can't imagine having that follow me around." He's resented his dad for as long as he can remember, and people won't let him forget. Cal killed his mom, but nobody ever thinks about that or how it affected him. "What was his mom like?" Leah asked. "I never met her, but from what he has told me, she was the most generous person, always thinking of others before herself." "How'd she end up with such a psychopath?" "Cal fooled a lot of people, Ariana's mom included, but she didn't want to talk about that. Not that her mom had been romantically involved with Cal, but he'd fooled her nonetheless. All to get rid of her dad. Cal had sent Damon her way to get to him too. But that had clearly backfired when Damon and Ariana fell in love. "Do you want me to drive around and see if I can find him?" Charles asked. "No, but thanks. He wants to be left alone, so it's best to give him space." Leah started the dishwasher. "Why don't we go to the bar and grill to get your mind off everything?" She said to give her a couple of hours. Ari said, "I don't mind waiting. It'll be worth it to get the deets on Rita's baby." Charles lifted a brow. "She promised to spill everything if we go there." "Whose do you think it is?" "It has to be Mitch's." Leah turned to Ari. "Don't you think? For so long, she couldn't stand to even be in the same room as Boone. I bet she's thrilled about him being in prison. I am, and I'm not even married to that fool." "Did you see the size of the moving truck she rented?" Charles said. "She moved a bunch of his stuff out earlier this week." Ariana exchanged a curious glance with Leah. "I didn't know about that. Did you?" "No. Let's go to the restaurant. My list of questions is growing out of control. Did she sell his things? Take them to the dump? What's she going to do with all the extra space?" He insisted on doing all the interior decorating, so I bet she's eager to express herself. "Is she even planning to stay?" Ariana asked. "I wouldn't want all the memories." "Shut your mouth. Our girl isn't moving anywhere. If she wants to get rid of all traces of Boone, she's doing the right thing, getting rid of his stuff. Or, if she wants to be more extreme, she could tear down her house and build from the ground up." "I'm sure the neighbors would love that," Charles said. 2 houses under construction. Ari sighed. "If Rita decided to rebuild, she'd be done before Damon and me at this rate. Our property is a double crime zone now. First the arson, now the bodies. Bad news comes in 3s. What's next?" "Nothing," Leah said. "The triple bad news is over for our street. Rita was abducted. Then your house burned to the ground. And now the bodies. We're due for some good luck. Let's go to the bar and grill. I don't know about you, but I could really use something to drink. Whatever's on special, I'll have 3. I'll drink to that." They hurried to Leah's car. Ariana couldn't wait to finally hear Rita's story. Chapter 7. The music was loud, even for a weekend. Maybe Rita was feeling especially celebratory tonight, since the mayor herself had chosen to celebrate her birthday at the restaurant. Ariana finished her second daiquiri, the night's special. Even though Rita had said drinks were on her, she didn't want to add even the slightest financial burden on her friend. She'd buy her own, even if she had to sneak the payment to the server. Rita slid onto her usual seat, an iced tea in hand. "Sorry to keep you girls waiting. You wouldn't believe how chatty the mayor gets with a little champagne." "No worries," Ariana said. "We're just glad to have you back." "Stop. I've been back for weeks." Rita waved over a server and told her to get Ariana another drink. "Is it weird being in the house where you lived with Boone?" Leah asked. "No. It's my home, too. Now it's more mine, especially since I can decorate it however I want. I can finally put my interior design skills to use." Boone wouldn't listen to a thing I said. In fact, he went against every bit of advice I gave him. I hope he's miserable staring at the walls in his cell. "I'm sure he is," Ariana said. Rita straightened her back. "I went to the jail to talk to him yesterday." "You did?" Leah asked, her eyes widening. "Why?" "I told him about how I donated his favorite things to charity. He completely flipped." She laughed. "You're not going to sell anything?" Ariana asked. "Oh, sure. But his most loved belongings? Charity. You should have seen his face. If he could have broken through that glass to get to me, he totally would have. I only wish I'd gotten that on camera." "What did you give away?" Leah asked. "All kinds of stuff. His favorite Armani suits, that hideous painting in the living room over the sofa, and pretty much everything he'd ever bought without consulting me. Obviously, I'm going to have to rent another truck to get all of it out. He loved buying things he knew I'd hate. I thought about burning all of it. Wouldn't that be fitting? But it's going to eat away at him, knowing his prized possessions are in the hands of the poor. Doesn't that say so much about him? That he feels that way about people based on their income?" "Doesn't surprise me," Ariana said. The server brought her another drink, and Ari thanked her. Leah leaned closer to Rita. "What about the baby? Whose is it?" "Going there already? When were you going to tell us if we hadn't found out on our own?" "Soon," Rita said. "I just barely got confirmation from the doctor before Mitch snatched me." "Did he know?" Ari asked. "No, only my doctor knew. I was still processing the news. Hadn't told anyone. You two would have been the first in line." "Before the dad?" Leah exclaimed. "He's never going to know." "Because he's in prison?" Ariana asked. Rita shook her head and sipped her tea. "Don't drag this out any longer," Leah said. "I'm going to explode if you don't tell us." "The dad won't ever know, because he's dead." Ariana almost dropped her drink. "What? Dead?" Leah asked. "Did someone shank him?" "It isn't Boone's or Mitch's?" "Whose is it?" Leah demanded. "You never met him," Rita said. "After I broke up with Mitch, I met this other guy. We hit it off right away." "How'd he die?" Ari asked. "I'm certain Boone was behind his death, but I can't prove it." "What makes you think it was him?" Leah asked. "Was the father one of those guys in the black and white photos we found? The ones he was using to blackmail you because of the prenup?" "Nope. All those guys Boone sent my way to trap me. Isn't he messed up? Sending them to tempt me? Though I do have to say, he does know my type. They were all hot and a ton of fun, but nothing lasted. How could it? Not until I met—" She stopped suddenly. "Him." "Tell us about him," Leah said. What's his name? We won't tell a soul, right, Ari? That goes without saying. It can't get out. It would ruin his family. He was married? Leah exclaimed, her expression tightening. You'd go after another woman's husband? It wasn't Charles or Damon, so chill out. Who was he? Rita held Leah's gaze. Do you honestly think I'd do that to you? You and Ari are my best friends. Or do you think Charles would step out on you? He's crazy about you. Boone never stopped cheating on me. What else was I supposed to do? Sit around and take it? There's this thing called divorce, Leah said. You know, for people who are unhappily married. Even when their marriage is just as miserable as mine. Going after other women's husbands is low, Rita. Real low. You can honestly say that, knowing the prenup stated I'd lose everything if I divorced him? We're talking about Boone. The man who tried to have me killed after blackmailing me. The guy behind Ariana's house fire. Having an affair, like the many he'd already had, was my only option. There are plenty of men who aren't married, Leah said. They aren't enough for you? Who was the father? Ariana asked, keeping her tone light. We're just curious, right, Leah? She crossed her arms. What's with you tonight? Rita asked her. Was the guy just as miserable as you were? Leah asked. What about his wife? Did he already have plans to leave her? Or was he in the process of divorce? Tell me you didn't get in the middle of a happy marriage. If he was seeing me, how do you think he felt about his wife? How would I know? Leah snapped. Maybe he was blinded by your beauty and feminine wiles. Feminine wiles? Rita laughed. You can't be serious. You won't tell us who he is, so yes, I am. Happily married men don't cheat, so even if you don't trust me, you have nothing to worry about. Ariana put her hand on Leah's arm. Rita would never do anything to hurt either one of us. You're taking her side? There's no side to take. Right. Leah shoved her chair under the table and stormed toward the door. Rita turned to Ariana. What just happened? That's what I'm trying to figure out. She first got upset when we were at your car before you left. Her brows drew together. She did. As soon as the topic of your baby came up, I think she's more upset about not getting pregnant than she's letting on. Maybe she doesn't even want to admit it to herself. And I got pregnant without even trying. By someone else's husband. Rita drew a deep breath. I better talk to her. Maybe she just needs space. No, I can't leave this hanging between us. Rita rose. I need to say goodbye to the mayor and let the manager know I'm leaving. Can you at least give me a ride home? Leah drove me here. Sure, give me a minute. Rita headed toward the banquet room after telling the server to bring Ariana another drink. That was the last thing she needed. She was already feeling the effects of the other ones, and she needed to be at the top of her game to help Rita and Leah work this out. Then she needed to be there for Damon when he returned. But who would take care of her if she fell apart? Chapter 8. Damon stared at the gravestone in front of him, hardly visible in the moon's light. It wasn't his dad's. He'd told the prison to throw away Cal's ashes, and as far as he knew, that was what they'd done. The grave in front of him was unmarked. for all those lost and never found. Even though his father was neither lost nor deserving, coming here gave him a place to vent when he needed to, such as now. I don't know where to begin. You're long gone, yet you won't leave me alone. It's like you're orchestrating this from the great beyond. Won't let go, will you? Will you ever? He paced, acid churning in his gut. It isn't bad enough that you killed Mom. That was more than enough to destroy me. Then you used me to get to Alex, who was getting too close to the truth. You know what? I hope it drives you crazy that Alex is more of a dad to me than you ever were, and that I married Ariana. Your plan backfired, and I found the love of my life. She makes my life worth living, like Mom did. Ari and I are happy together. You could never get in the middle of that. And you never will. Damon punched the air, not having anything else to hit. He imagined his dad's mug. If only he'd had the nerve to hit him back in real life. He'd been too scared as a teenager. Things might have been different if Cal had gotten arrested when Damon was older. They could have faced each other as adults. But now that would never happen. Damon had to face his demons on his own. His demon was a dead man, haunting him in both his nightmares and waking hours. He would never escape the beast. Not that he needed to. He could win on his own. Maybe. With people like Detective Kamada out to remind Damon that his father was a serial killer, his father would follow Damon around until his dying day. And now there was so much at stake. Dead bodies in his yard, threatening his happy life with Ariana. What were the chances? Maybe Cal Jones really was working behind the scenes from the afterlife. It was too much to be coincidence. And that was a problem. Something Damon needed to remedy. But how? He paced, cursing his father. As ridiculous as it would sound if he said it out loud, all of this had to be his fault. Cal was guilty of more murders than even the worst of the notorious serial killers. Now death followed Damon. That was the only way to explain the 2 bodies in his yard. Damon couldn't escape it. But he could protect Ari. If he went somewhere else, at least until all of this blew over, he could keep her safe. Yes, that was what he would do. The only question was, where to go? To Alex and Zoe's? No. He'd only put them in danger, and they had the twins to think about. Damon needed to go somewhere alone. His father's ghost might haunt him, but he could only help them by putting distance between himself and them. It wasn't a permanent solution, but it would help for the time being. Let things blow over. And even if they didn't, he wouldn't be far. The detectives would never have to know he was gone. Either way, once the bodies were processed and he and Ari were proven innocent, he could go back home. Then hopefully things could return to normal. And if they didn't, he'd have to figure that out another day. Now it was time to break the news to Ariana. At least she would have her friends for support while he was away. Or would it be better to leave and then tell her over the phone so she couldn't try to talk him out of it? One pleading look from her, and he might abandon his plan. Chapter 9. Ariana yawned and fought her heavy eyelids. Damon still wasn't back. She tried to remember when he said he'd return, but with all the drama between Rita and Leah, she couldn't recall. Not to mention the interrogations and having to put their house plans on hold. It was all too much. But at least Rita was back safe and sound, her captors in prison. Everything would be fine once Damon returned. Or maybe this was a conversation to have in the morning. It was getting late enough that she would have a hard time keeping up. Sleep pressed on her like a weighted blanket. This also wasn't the first time her husband had taken off to gather his thoughts and decompress. It was something he needed when the pressure was on. Hopefully, he was making the best use of his time, because when he returned, she needed his support to get through this. She finally relented and closed her eyes. Creak. The door. Damon was back. Ariana bolted upright. The bed shifted under his weight. "I'm sorry, babe. I didn't mean to wake you." "You didn't." "Don't tell me you've been waiting." She didn't say anything. "You need your sleep." "I need you." He wrapped his arms around her. "In that case, I have bad news." Ari's breath hitched. "What?" "I'm going to go somewhere." "Come again?" Damon drew a deep breath. "I did some serious thinking while I was out. The best thing I can do for you is to put space between us." "That's the worst thing you can do for me. All of this is my fault." "All of what?" she asked. "Everything. I really don't know what you're talking about. The bodies, everything." She hesitated. "Unless you killed them, nothing is your fault." He didn't respond. Her heart skipped a beat. "Damon?" "No, I would never. You know that." "Obviously, but you didn't answer, and that scared me." "You're scaring me." "My father's haunting me. He's dead, gone forever, unless you suddenly believe in ghosts. I don't, but somehow he's reaching beyond the grave and causing this. It's just a coincidence." "Is it?" he asked. "That two bodies would be found buried on the property of Cal Jones's son?" All of a sudden, she understood. "Don't let what that detective said get under your skin. That's what he wants. He thinks if you're guilty, you'll crack." "But it does look suspicious. You can't deny that." "It's an unfortunate coincidence, sure, but I need to step away and let this blow over," he said. "If I'm not here to taint everything, it'll all work out." "How can you even think that?" Hot, angry tears threatened. She blinked them back. "I'll come back as soon as this mess is done." "You're not leaving me to face it alone." "Not alone. The Gillens and Rita are here, and I'll be back before you know it." "I'll go with you. It isn't like we have a house to worry about." "Don't you get that I'm trying to protect you?" he asked, stiffening. "If you really think I'm some damsel in distress, you don't know me at all." "That's the last thing I think. That's why I can take off temporarily, because you're strong enough to face this yourself. You don't need me." "I do." "You'll be fine for a little while. Think of all the times we were apart before we married. Absence always makes us appreciate each other all the more. It'll be like that again." She scooted away. How long are you planning your getaway? Until this blows over. You don't even have a plan? Just run off and leave me for who knows how long? I'll only be a phone call away. We can talk all you want. Ariana released a long, drawn-out breath. You don't even care what I think about this? Of course I do. No, you don't. You made up your mind before you spoke to me. You're just telling me how it's going to be. Real nice. I thought we were a team. Guess I was wrong. Don't do this. Why not? She demanded. You're putting me in an impossible situation. I thought we could get through anything together. That was the whole point of getting married. Silence settled between them. Nothing I say will convince you to stay? She asked. You're right. It took her a moment to register his words. You'll stay? I shouldn't have made up my mind before talking to you. It was a rash decision. You didn't say you aren't going. Will you at least consider my point of view? He asked. How does taking off benefit you? Tell me. I'm cursed, Ari. I don't understand it, but somehow my father... There's no curse. That's ridiculous. Is it? Of course. Your dad made his own decisions. You make yours. End of story. And yet, here I am, having brought you into a situation where there were two bodies underneath our yard. There's no way you could have seen that coming. Again, unless you put them there. Out of all the houses in the world we could have bought, we got the one with bodies on the property. It's more than coincidence. I don't believe in that stuff, but at the same time, I can't deny it's too weird not to consider. And that's enough for you to just up and leave? It wouldn't be permanent. I could never do that to you. I'm glad for at least that much consideration, she said, not bothering to keep the sarcasm from her tone. He scooted over to her and put his arm around her. She shirked it away. I won't go if you don't want me to. I don't. But would you be willing to try an experiment with me? Ariana groaned. Let me guess. It's going to involve you taking off. Temporarily. Yes. Prove me wrong. If I rent a cabin somewhere far away and everything clears up in a few days, then I'm right. There's a Jones family curse. If nothing improves, then you're right. No curse. I've suddenly turned superstitious. I can't believe we're even discussing this. I'll eat a big piece of humble pie if I'm proven wrong, he said. But it'll only be a few days. We have that big TV interview next week, and we can't miss that. I'll use the time to collect my thoughts and figure out what I should do next. She couldn't believe she was about to relent. Please, Ari, I really need to do this. Otherwise, I'll have the idea of the curse in the back of my mind, and I won't be able to get rid of it. And you won't leave me again? She asked. We need to stay together. Yes. It'll only be a few days, tops. My phone will be on the entire time, but I need this. I also can't go knowing you're against it. Okay, but never again. I promise. He kissed her. "Thank you for understanding." She didn't. But at least he would be able to get rid of the notion of being cursed by his father, and they could move on with their lives. Chapter 10. Ariana remained in place, though Damon's taillights had disappeared a full minute earlier. She could hardly believe she'd agreed to his plan, but if it would prove to him that there was no curse and they could move on, hopefully it would be worth it. It wasn't like she could judge him for his worries. She hadn't been raised by a serial killer who had murdered her mom. The best she could do was try to understand. If he needed a few days to clear his head and come to his senses, then she could give him that much. Even though the timing was terrible and she needed him. Perhaps a little too much. She'd always been so independent, and since getting married, they'd grown so close and interdependent. Possibly intermeshed. Why was he always right? It drove her crazy. "Are you okay?" asked a voice from behind. She turned to see Leah. Didn't want to tell her about Damon's time away, but she couldn't avoid it. Not when they were staying in Charles and Leah's house. "Damon's taking some time to clear his head," Ari said, not wanting to admit how long he was going to be gone. "I don't blame him." "Yeah, I could use some space to think myself." She pulled her focus off herself. "How are you doing?" "Fine." Ari lifted a brow. "I was there last night with Rita, remember?" Leah groaned. "I don't want to talk about it." "I'm not going to judge." "I said I don't want to talk about it." "Okay, but you should make up with Rita." "You're judging me." "What?" Ari exclaimed. "I'm not. You're taking her side again." "This isn't about siding with anyone. You two are my best friends, and I don't want to see you arguing. Yes, I'm shocked that Rita would see a married man, but it sounds like his relationship was on the rocks, too. I know she'd never do that to either of us. And yes, it's horribly unfair that she got pregnant by him when you and Charles have been trying so hard to have a baby. But she didn't do it to hurt you." "I need to check the laundry." Leah stormed inside. Ariana started to call for her friend, but let her go. Just like Damon. They both needed time and space to think about things. Ari also wanted to process everything, but she wanted to talk to someone. And if Leah and Damon weren't available, then Rita was the obvious choice. If nothing else, they could figure out a way to get Leah to open up. She couldn't deal with her friend group breaking up on top of everything else. Ari stepped off the sidewalk when an engine sounded. A police cruiser followed by an unmarked car. What could they want now? The cars pulled up to the curb, and both detectives got out of the plain one. Detective Rojas nodded to her, but Kamada spoke with the uniformed officers. "Expecting us?" asked Rojas, adjusting her jacket. "Why would I be?" Ariana said. "You're standing here." "I was going across the street to see Rita." "How's she holding up?" Detective Rojas's expression softened. "It isn't often enough that cases like her end up as happily as this one did." "She's back to normal, working and everything. Always been tough as nails, so I'm sure that helps." Rojas nodded. "Mental toughness can be critical. I'm glad to hear she's adjusting to her new normal." Kamada and the uniformed officers went to Ariana's property. Life without Boone is easier on her, though I doubt you're here to discuss that. Right. We've ID'd one of your bodies. They aren't mine. I meant on your property. Then say that, Ariana said. Who was it? One of the previous owner's nannies. The other one is also a young woman, so we suspect she may be another nanny. Why are you telling me so much? Ariana asked. Open investigation and all of that. I thought you'd like to know. Did you ever meet the people who lived there before you? No. They moved away suddenly. Didn't we go over this already? Rojas nodded. Do you know if any of your neighbors saw them move? Or if it was a deal where they left in the middle of the night? I don't know. You'll have to ask them. That's my plan. Thanks for letting me know about the nannies, Ari said, and stepped off the sidewalk. I'll see you around. One more thing. She held back a groan. Yes? Make sure you and your husband stay in town. Meaning? We might have more questions. Stick around. Detective Rojas looked around. Where is your husband? He's out. He'll be back. Eventually. Pass the message along to him, will you? You got it. Ariana hurried across the street. She paused at Rita's door, watching the police activity where her house used to stand. The door opened and her friend stepped out. Are they looking for another body? She didn't say, just that one of the bodies was someone who used to work as a nanny at my house. Did you ever meet their nannies? No, but Boone used to flirt with them. Big surprise. Right. Rita glanced at the Gillens' house. Is Leah doing any better? I haven't gotten through to her yet. I think she's having a much harder time with the baby thing than she wants to let on. Rita's hand went to her belly. I wonder if they're going through fertility treatments, but not talking about it. Possibly. Seems like she'd say something if they were. Some people can be really private about these things. She's clearly upset over my pregnancy. Can you believe how she was talking last night? Practically accused me of wanting to sleep with Charles. I'm sure she didn't mean it. Rita shrugged. Want to come in and see what I've done to Boone's office? I can only imagine. Ariana stepped inside. Come on, you're going to love this. Rita led her to a corner room at the end of the house, with a view of the whole street. The police appeared to be digging in Ariana's yard. Did they suspect another missing nanny would be found there? Bile rose from her throat. How many dead bodies had she and Damon unknowingly been walking over all this time? Did you notice the room? Rita asked. Ariana pulled her attention from the window and looked around. The room was filled with cat trees, toys, and other pet items. Are you opening a pet store? Rita snickered. I'm getting 2 kittens. Boone hates animals and would never allow me to get any. Now, not only will I have some, but all their stuff will be here in his old office. Are you going to tell him about all the changes? Or just enjoy knowing how mad he'd be if he knew? Not sure. I don't want to see him, but it would be fun to watch his reaction from the other side of the safety glass again. No doubt. When are you going to get the kittens? Soon. This house is huge, and I have to cat-proof it before I bring them home. Or you could leave them in here while they're small. This room would be plenty big enough. You have a point. I wouldn't want them to get lost. They'll be so small at first. Sirens sounded outside. 2 more police cruisers barreled down the street, lights flashing. Ariana's stomach nodded. What had they found in her yard this time? But the cars passed her house and stopped in front of the Gillens. She exchanged a worried look with Rita. Chapter 11. Another crowd of nosy neighbors gathered on the street. So predictable. But he couldn't blame them. He wanted to admire his handiwork too. Not that the cops would let him close enough to see anything good. But it was a thrill just to watch them dig up the body. The neighbors were already whispering gossip, and secretly, they were scared that their home would be the next one with a dead body. Now everyone knew it wasn't just the Joneses. They'd found one 2 doors down, one of his more recent works. She'd been a fighter, that one. Not that it had done her any good. She was underground like the others. He was still walking around free, and he'd continue to do so. Those cops would never suspect him. He was careful, meticulous. Not a hothead like Boone Walker. That guy always thought he was smarter than he was. It was something that had nearly gotten the jerk killed. But he'd walked away from that temptation. Someone tapped his shoulder. Ella, a stay-at-home mom who taught yoga on the weekends. Her kids weren't with her because they went to a hoity-toity private preschool in the mornings. Yes, he kept track of all the women in the gated community. Needed to know just enough, in case they became a problem. He had ways of taking care of problems. "Do you think it's another body?" Ella asked. "I doubt they're digging for treasure." Her face contorted. He'd offended her. Oh well. She turned to speak with another mom whose daughter went to the same school. The longer the cops spent digging dirt, the larger the crowd grew. This neighborhood had seen more excitement in the last 2 months than ever before. At least more than anyone else had ever been aware of. He'd been dumping bodies for some time. His work had merely been overlooked until now. And when the cops had questioned him about the bodies in the Joneses' now empty lot, they hadn't suspected him of anything. Just asked some generic questions, and he'd given them a smooth smile and easy lies. They'd walked away happy, and he remained free. All this attention on his work gave him an itch to kill again. But it took a lot of homework before he could make his move. That was why he would never be caught. Not for the ones dug up. Not for the ones yet to be found. Not for the ones who would never be discovered. And certainly not for any still breathing, but killed in the future. Another neighbor spoke to him. Couldn't they see he wanted to be left alone? He would pick one of these nosy women next if they wouldn't be missed so quickly. If not by a husband, then by a neighbor. They all had their tight-knit groups. Too risky. He inched away from the gawkers and stood off to the side. Didn't have the good view he did before, but at least people left him alone. Eventually, the crowd thinned. People had kids to pick up, lunches to eat, appointments to make. He had work that needed attending, but this was more important. Had to see how this played out. Hardly anyone else remained by the time the coroner arrived. By the time she wheeled out the ugly, wrinkled green body bag. He inched closer, cupped his ear, tried to hear the conversation. This one would have minimal decomposition. They could potentially identify it by sight. That could be problematic. Evidence might not have rotted away yet. He hadn't left anything behind, right? He needed to get closer. A cop stood at the police tape, glared at him. He resisted the urge to stare her down. Women should never have been allowed in any positions of authority over men. It was just wrong. Stress boiled in his gut. He stepped away, keeping his body loose. Couldn't give away any signs of guilt. They'd be all over him if he did. He kept his head down as he moseyed away, watching from the corner of his eye. Made conversation with one of the neighbors. If he couldn't find out more, at least he could go to his current captive and take out his frustrations there. At least there was one woman who had to obey him. And she would. Chapter 12. Ariana glanced out the window. The crowd is mostly gone. Do you want to go outside? Rita emptied another water bottle. Yeah, sure. Can you tell what's going on over there? Whatever is happening is next door to Leah and Charles. It's like this neighborhood is cursed. Ari tensed. What? Rita said. Damon used that same word last night. Great minds, right? Ariana frowned. Rita tugged her toward the door. Let's find out what all the commotion is about. Maybe it isn't as bad as it seems. Seriously? You saw those police cruisers. Whatever's going on can't be good. We won't know until we find out. Rita pulled her outside. A van marked coroner drove by. Someone died, Rita exclaimed. Or another body was dug up. Wishful thinking. But really, that would be great for you and Damon. The police would have to look at other people. And maybe Damon would come back early. The house next to the Gillens had police tape across the yard. Rita hurried to one of the neighbors and asked questions. Ari stood back, taking in the scene. The police had left her property for now. They were all 2 houses over. Maybe Rita was right. This could be good news. The focus would move off them even more. She and Damon had no connection to the dead nannies, and now the new body wasn't even near their property. This nightmare could be over soon, and they could go back to designing their new home. And that would mean Damon could put the whole curse notion behind him. She pulled out her phone to call him, but stopped. Before she tried to convince him to return, she needed the full story. She hurried over to Rita and the other lady whose name she couldn't remember. They'd only spoken passing a few times. What's going on? Ariana asked. We were right, Rita said. Another body. Do they know who it was? Ari asked. Both women shook their heads no. Claire said there was a body bag, but that was all anyone could see. The police were in the backyard the whole time, Claire said, until they came out with the bag. She shuddered. Do you think there will be more? Ariana didn't want to admit that she hoped so. It sounded awful, but it would get the focus off her and Damon. She didn't want more people to be dead, just to be able to live the quiet life they moved to Rosie Hills for. Claire looked at Rita. Is Boone involved with any of these? Rita's face drained of color. How would I know? I never had any clue of his criminal activity before my abduction. I only ask because of the timing. Claire stared at Rita's stomach and lifted a brow. Rita's hand clutched it. She looked down and then back to the neighbor. What? Are you? No, Rita snapped. Of course not. You should learn to be less nosy. Ariana grabbed Rita's arm. We have to get going. She pulled her friend to the Gillens' house. Can you believe her? Rita asked. You probably shouldn't hold your stomach in public if you don't want people asking questions. Are you blaming me? No, but that is a universal symbol. You should be careful not to do it if you don't want attention. They went inside. We should go to my house, Rita said. Trying to avoid me? Leah asked, appearing at the bottom of the stairs. There you are, Rita said. We need to talk. Do we? Clearly. Silence settled. Ariana started to say something, but Rita spoke first. If something's bothering you, tell us. That's what we're here for. You're what's bothering me. Leah crossed her arms, but tears shone in her eyes. Rita threw her arms around Leah. Are you sure it isn't something else? Ariana joined the embrace. We're here for you. Leah sniffled. I don't want to talk about it. It helps to get it off your chest, Rita said. Let's go to the kitchen and talk over snacks. Leah groaned. Or wine. I know my way around your kitchen. You can't have alcohol, Leah said. I'll find something. If you need a drink, I'll pour you something. Even after the way I treated you? Of course, sweetie. Come on. Rita dragged her toward the kitchen. We don't have to do this. Yeah, Ariana said, pulling out a chair for her. Actually, we do. We hate seeing you in pain. Red or white? Rita asked, and opened the pantry. Or rosé? Champagne? Coolers? Looks like you have it all. I don't care. Leah buried her face in her hands. Ariana rested her hand on Leah's arm. 2 minutes later, Rita slid glasses of rosé in front of them. She sipped from a steaming mug, sitting on the other side of Leah. Tell us what's going on. We're your support, but we can't help if we don't know what's going on. Leah gulped down half of her glass. Trying to get pregnant isn't going like Charles and I thought it would. It isn't like we expected it to happen the first month. But it's been 10 months. Her voice cracked. And my doctor just says to give it more time. She won't even consider anything to help us medically. It hasn't been long enough. And I don't know how much more of this I can take. I'm so sorry, Rita said. Aren't there tests you can do to find out what's going on? Leah shrugged. If there are, she wants us to wait until we've been trying for a full year. She told me to relax and not worry about it until then. Obviously, she's never had any trouble conceiving. I wonder why she's making you wait, Ariana said. Have you thought about getting a second opinion? No. She made it sound like standard protocol. Put your dreams on hold for a year before even thinking about intervention. I'd get another opinion, Rita said. Ari has the right idea. What if that person tells me the same thing? Leah finished off her drink. Rita poured herself more coffee. Then, you're on the right track. But if you find someone willing to actually help you, then you can move forward. What do you have to lose? At least you'll know you've tried everything. I can give you my doctor's information, Ariana offered. Does she help people before a year? I'm not sure. The subject hasn't come up. But you can ask when you call. Leah sighed. I guess. I can give you my doctor's number too, Rita said. Now you have 2 more options. And 2 friends who want the best for you. Thanks. Leah wiped her eyes. Sorry for getting mad last night. I know you didn't get pregnant to rub my face in it. Not at all. I wish it was you. If life was fair, it would have been. My husband is in prison, and the baby's father is dead. This isn't how I dreamed about my life turning out. I'm in no place to have a baby. But here I am. And here we are, Leah said, wanting nothing more than to have one. Life makes no sense, and trust me when I say, I really do wish it was you. You and Charles would make the best parents. You deserve 8 babies if that's what you want. Don't say that. Leah laughed through the tears. What can we do for you? Ariana asked. Text me those numbers. Leah emptied her glass again. You think your doctors might be more helpful? I honestly have no idea, Ari said. But she's always really helpful with whatever questions I have. Mine too, Rita said. She works with about 10 other doctors in her practice, so if she doesn't have an answer, she knows who to ask. Leah relaxed a little. Guess I should have opened up to you two sooner. Obviously, Rita gave her a playful smile. We're here for you, Ariana said. Always. Ding dong. What timing? Leah groaned. Knock, knock, knock. Probably a solicitor, Rita said. They always come at this time of day, and they can be pushy like this. Don't they come to your homes too? I always ignore them. Ding dong. Doesn't the HOA have rules against them bothering people? Leah asked. Like anyone follows that, Rita said. If they can get in the gate, it's fair game. Knock, knock. Ariana got up. I'll send them away. She opened the front door. It wasn't a salesperson. It was the 2 detectives. Chapter 13. Ariana forced a smile. Hello, detectives. Are your friends here? Said Rojas, her expression stiff. Do you need something? Just answer the question, said Kamada. We're all here. Can we help you? Yes. We need to ask a few questions. Sure. Would you like to come in, or should I get them? You can get them, said Rojas. Just a moment. Ariana left the door cracked open and returned to the kitchen. Another window salesman? Rita asked and yawned. The detectives. Why? Leah asked. Rita groaned. What now? No idea, but they want to talk to all of us. Grumbling, they followed Ariana. Rita stood tall. How can we help you, officers? Detectives, Rojas corrected. We have a few questions, then we'll be on our way. Shoot. How well did you know the nannies that used to work next door? Kamada asked, looking at Leah. Never spoke with them, Leah said. The detectives turned to Rita. Not well, she said. Although you could ask my husband. I'm sure you know how much he likes younger women. Noted. Rojas turned to Ariana. You never met them while house shopping? Never even met the owners. Kamada gave them each a card. If you happen to think of anything, give us a call. What about the body you found today? Ariana asked. Which one? Asked Rojas. You found multiple? The detectives exchanged an unreadable look before Kamada turned back to her. You may as well know there was another in your yard. A third? She exclaimed. We can't speak to the one on the other property. Leah gasped. There are bodies buried on both sides of my house? Have you or your husband found any indication there might be one under your lawn? asked Rojas. Not that we've noticed, but we haven't exactly been on the lookout. We might need to have a look if these new ones are connected. Will you allow us on your property, or will we have to get a warrant? Leah straightened her back. I'll have to talk to my husband before answering that. Please do. Given the location of your home, it's a possibility. Perhaps a strong one. Okay. Kamada looked at Ariana. Is your husband around? Still on his errands. That was what she told them earlier, right? We'll be in touch. The two detectives left without another word, each going to their own unmarked car. Leah slammed the door, and her face flushed. I can't believe there were bodies buried on either side of my house. Do you think there are some here? Maybe we should start a support group, Ariana said. Sorry, how are you dealing with the thought that you've been walking on bodies all this time? Ari stiffened. We've been walking on the ground. There was no way we could have known what was buried underneath. It's no different from spending time at a cemetery. Do you do that often? Leah snapped. Relax, Rita said. It isn't that big of a deal. Easy for you to say. There aren't any bodies in your yard. Who says there aren't? Rita asked, lifting a brow. And there might not be any in yours either. Leah shuddered. I'd be surprised if there isn't at least one here. Why would someone bury them on both sides, but not here? I think I'm going to be sick. Ariana put her arm around Leah. I know it's unnerving, but it'll all be okay. How can it be okay? A killer has been exposed. It's only a matter of time before he gets caught. I didn't even think of it that way. Our neighborhood has another psychopath running around. He might have moved away. Could be why the previous owners fled so quickly. Everyone says how sudden their move was. I hope the police are talking to them. I have an idea, Rita said. Let's go to the bar and grill. Getting out of here might help clear our minds and help us relax. The owner can get us half-off appetizers and spirits. Virgin for me, of course. Hold on, Leah said. I need to tell Charles what the cops said. And I better call Damon, Ariana said. Meet me at my house, Rita said. I'll drive. Leah ran up the stairs and Rita went outside. Ari took a deep breath before calling Damon. Do you need me to come home? He answered. How did you know? Both detectives have left me messages. More bodies were found. At our place? He said. And on the other side of the Gillens. What? For real? I don't know anything other than that they found a body over there. He sighed. I'm sorry you're dealing with all of this on your own. I really thought putting distance between us would help. You're not cursed, she said. There's another killer on the loose. We might have bought his house. I'll be home as soon as I can. I'm likely to hit some rush hour traffic. It's fine. The detectives kept saying they didn't want us leaving town. You didn't tell them? Of course not. I didn't think you would. Again, I'm sorry. It was really poor timing on my part. Obviously, it didn't help. Don't worry about it, she said. The girls and I are going to the bar and grill. So if I'm not here when you get back, that's where I'll be. If we go anywhere else, I'll let you know. Do whatever you need to. I'll let you know when I'm back. Sound good? Sounds perfect. Thanks, Damon. You ready? Leah said from behind. Yeah, hold on. Ariana said goodbye to Damon, and she went across the street with Leah. Rita wasn't at her car yet. Did you know she's getting kittens? Ari asked. Rita? Yeah, she's turning Boone's office into a cat oasis. She can't do that. Ariana studied her. Why not? She's pregnant. I'm sure she's not doing any heavy lifting. What I mean is that pregnant women aren't supposed to change cat litter. There's something in it that's dangerous to the baby. She doesn't have anyone else to change it for her. You sure about that? Ariana asked. Of course. I've read it in several places. You can be the one to tell her. Someone needs to. Rita rushed out the door, her face flushed. She remote unlocked the car. You girls ready? You're getting cats? Leah asked when they were all buckling in. Kittens. I'm turning Boone's office into... You can't change their litter while you're pregnant, Leah said. Why not? It isn't safe. I'll have to ask my doctor about that. Ariana's phone rang. It was Detective Rojas. What could she possibly want? She just left. Ignoring the urge to decline the call, Ari accepted it. Hello? Is this Ariana Jones? Yes. What do you need, Detective? We need to speak with your husband, but can't reach him. He's on his way back from his errands. I'm sure you can appreciate him not answering while driving. I'm sure his Dodge Charger has Bluetooth. Ari couldn't deny that. I can let him know to call you when I talk to him. That would be fantastic. The sooner the better. I'll be sure to tell him. And if he could come to the station, that would be even better. Ariana's stomach sank. Why? It just would be. Those bodies were buried in our yard before we moved in. We had nothing to do with them. It isn't about that one, Rojas said. The one next door to the Gillens? Just tell your husband to call us as soon as he can. Will do. Ari ended the call and squeezed her eyes shut. Why would the detectives need to talk to Damon about the other body? Chapter 14. Damon tried not to breathe through his nose. The police station waiting room was packed, and the only available seat was in between a guy who reeked of body odor and a woman who smelled like she just smoked a pack of cigarettes. Finally, someone called his name. Damon leaped up and followed the officer to the same room he'd been in last time. It was time to lawyer up. He would see what the detective had to say and use his right to remain silent. This was getting out of control. Whether his father was haunting him from beyond the grave, or this was merely a coincidence, the entire situation was beyond what he could handle. The question that kept bothering him was why they wanted to question him exclusively. He was glad that they were leaving Ariana alone this time, but his gut told him something was wrong. And given how long he was being made to wait, they were likely watching him, examining his every movement for a sign of guilt, something he would never give them. After what felt like hours, but the clock only showed 40 minutes, the door opened. Detective Kamada walked in, nodded at Damon, and sat across from him. Damon waited. Kamada waited. The silence screamed between them. Damon would not be the first to speak. Kamada cleared his throat. You're a hard man to pin down. Damon shrugged. Not going to defend yourself? Do I need to? He asked. Whatever he said needed to be as vanilla as possible. Aren't you concerned? Why am I here? The detective straightened his back. What can you tell me about Daniel Foreman? Who? Daniel Foreman, Kamada repeated. Never heard of him. Think hard before answering. Damon allowed a full minute to pass before answering. Doesn't ring a bell. You sure about that? Do I need an attorney? The detective tilted his head. Do you? If you're accusing me of something, I think I might. I'm asking you if you know the name. Damon didn't answer, didn't blink. You've never heard the name. Should I have? Kamada tapped the table a few times. You tell me. I've never heard of David Foreman. Daniel. Whatever. I don't know who he is. He was a known associate of your father. Ring any bells now? Damon's temperature spiked. I need an attorney. Don't call Ariana or me again. If you have anything to say, you'll need to go through the lawyer. What's the contact information? He'll be in touch. Damon rose, nearly knocking over the plastic chair. Take a card. I have one. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door as he left. His father was definitely haunting him. If not literally, then figuratively. He made his way to his car, holding his breath on the way out, and found the attorney in his contacts. As Damon pulled out of the parking lot, a man answered through the car's speakers, saying the name of the firm, which listed at least 4 lawyers. How can I help you? My name is Damon Jones, and I'd like to speak with Federico DeFazio. Unfortunately, Mr. DeFazio isn't taking new clients. I can connect you with another of our fine attorneys. My father was Cal Jones. The man on the other end of the line sputtered. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't realize you were of that Jones family. Yes, please hold. I'll interrupt Federico immediately. You don't have to I'll be right back to you, sir. An ad for the firm played with soothing music in the background. Damon tapped the steering wheel as he waited for the traffic light to change. A deep, smooth voice spoke over the speakers. Hello, this is Federico DeFazio. It's so good to hear from you, Damon. How can I help you? I need some legal advice. That's what I'm here for. What seems to be the problem? Damon filled him in on the arson, the bodies, and Detective Kamada's distrust of him. Are you familiar with Daniel Foreman? Before his unfortunate disappearance, yes. I wouldn't call him an associate of your father, though. They did work together on occasion, but Foreman was an assassin for hire. His path wouldn't have crossed Cal's often. What am I supposed to do about these detectives? Don't talk to them. Give me Kamada's number, and he won't bother you again. Damon pulled over and read off the number from the detective's card. What should I do if they come around again? Direct them to me. What if they want me to come to the station? Call me. You'll come here? Damon asked. If I can't make it in person, I'll do a video call. You're covered. As Cal Jones' son, you're my #1 client. I don't want to take up your time. All I want is to get the detectives off my back. I haven't done anything. Of course you haven't. I haven't, Damon said. We'll talk details later. Any questions before I call Kamada? If you can find out when my wife and I will be able to have our property back, that would be helpful. We'd like to rebuild our house. You can't build because of the bodies. Right. Damon said. "I'll call you back before the end of the business day. Is this a good number to reach you at?" "It's the only number. Thank you, Mr. DeFazio." "Frederico, we're practically family." "I really appreciate you making this a priority." "Not a problem," said Frederico. "Take your wife out to a nice dinner, and don't give the detectives or the bodies another thought. When Federico DeFazio is on your side, you have nothing to worry about." "Thanks again." "Thank you." Damon's music played over the speakers, indicating the call ended. Maybe the attorney was onto something with his idea about dinner. He and Ariana could use some time together without everything else hanging over them. Chapter 15. Damon threaded his fingers through Ariana's as they left the restaurant. A date with my wife was all I needed. I'm sorry I took off like I did. It wasn't like you went behind my back. I let irrational thoughts get the best of me when I should have been here for you. Instead, I left you to deal with all of this on your own. I wasn't alone. We're a team, and I wasn't here. She squeezed his hand. There's no point in focusing on the past. It's over, and we need to move forward. You're the best. He wrapped his arms around her before unlocking his charger. Back to the Gillens? Or do you want to continue our date? She smiled, and it sent a wave of warmth through his chest. What do you have in mind? She asked, once they were in the car. Movie? Or is that too cliché? Maybe, but it sounds great. He headed for the theater, and Ari read off the list of what was playing. They settled on something lighthearted and enjoyed themselves. Damon's thoughts only drifted to the bodies a few times, but he was able to push them aside quickly. Afterward, as they headed to their neighborhood, his phone rang. He answered it, and the attorney's voice sounded over the speakers. "I have great news," said DeFazio. "What's that?" Damon asked. "The detectives have agreed to finish with your property tomorrow. You can move on with your building plans." "They're really going to be done?" he asked, hardly able to believe his ears. "I can't say what state your ground will be in," said Federico. "They may tear up every inch looking for other bodies between now and the end of tomorrow, but then they'll be out of your hair. And if they aren't, give me a call. However, I'm sure it won't be a problem. I was clear." "You have no idea how much we appreciate that." "Happy to help. One more thing." "What?" Damon asked. "The detectives aren't to bother you about Daniel Foreman unless they find a link between you and him. The fact that he was an associate of your father's is irrelevant to the case." "I don't know what to say." "No need to say anything. Just get your house built and put all of this behind you. Call me if anything changes, but it shouldn't. The detectives understood me." Damon thanked him and ended the call. "We can actually move on with planning the house?" Ariana asked, her voice laced with disbelief. "First thing in the morning, if you want. We can go back to the paint store and look at more colors. Or we can call the architect. Or whatever you want." The look of joy on her face warmed his heart. He pulled over and wrapped his arms around her. "This really is over. We can stop thinking about bodies and get back to designing our dream home." "It hardly seems possible." "Yet here we are. Do you still want to go back to the house? Or we could celebrate." "We've already had dinner and a movie. What do you have in mind?" "Whatever you'd like. Grab some drinks. Walk along a lake in the moonlight? As long as we're together, we can do anything. Ariana yawned. I'm getting tired. What do you think of going to the house and having some drinks to celebrate our good news with Leah and Charles? Then we can go to bed. Sounds perfect. He gave her a lingering kiss before getting back on the road. At the house, Leah's car was there, but Charles's wasn't. Did they go somewhere? Ariana asked. Damon glanced at the house as he pulled up to the curb. There are a few lights on. I think Leah's home. Sobbing sounded as soon as Damon opened the front door. Ariana dropped her purse and ran toward the crying. He followed her and found his wife on the couch with an arm around Leah. What's the matter? He asked. We had a fight. Leah wiped her eyes. What about? Damon sat on her other side and rested a hand on her arm. I don't know. It was so out of the blue, and then he stormed out of the house, ordering me not to follow him. He ordered you? That doesn't sound like him. Leah shook her head. It's not like him. How did the fight start? Ari asked. I said something about making steaks for dinner tomorrow, and he blew up at me. Something about the rising costs of everything. Leah sniffled. It was such a shock. He's never freaked out like that before. Is money tight? Damon asked. Do you need us to kick in for anything? No, that's just it. Everything's going great. He just sold another script. There's even talk of Spielberg getting involved with this one. Whoa, Ariana said. Seriously? Nothing's set in stone, but they think this one's going to be huge. Damon tried to make sense of it. Then why is he getting upset over steaks? Leah shrugged. That's what I'd like to know. Want me to give him a call? Damon asked. I don't think he wants to be bothered. If he's going to treat you like that, I have no problem bothering him. In fact, he has it coming. Leah gave him a grateful smile. If he snaps at you, don't feel obligated to keep talking to him. I don't care what he says to me. Damon got up and called Charles. Voicemail. What's going on? Damon said. Call me back. He waited a minute. Called. Again. After that, he told Ariana he'd return, and he got into the still warm Charger. Charles's car was parked in front of a bar they'd been to several times. Damon went inside and found his friend at the bar, guzzling down a beer. What's up? Charles turned and groaned. You here to chew me out for Leah? Just trying to figure out what's going on. I'm sure she made me sound like a monster. His words slurred. Leah was upset and confused. She doesn't understand the pressure I'm under. What kind of pressure? All kinds. He turned to the bartender. I'll have another. Maybe you should slow down? Charles scowled at him. It's for you. I'm fine. The bartender handed the bottle to Charles, and he slid it to Damon. Then I guess I'll be forced to drink it. That's how you're going to play it? Damon asked, taking a sip. Want to tell me what's wrong? Not really. You're on her side. I'm here for you. You aren't denying it. I'm not taking sides, Damon said. We're friends. Tell me what's going on. You wouldn't get it. Why not? Your life is perfect. Damon burst out laughing. You're definitely drunk if you think that. Charles glared at him. I know you don't think my life is perfect, Damon said. I'm living in your guest room because my house burned to the ground, which is filled with dead bodies. A guy at a nearby table stared at him. Damon stared back. He looked away. How exactly is my life perfect? Damon asked. Charles finished off his beer. You don't have any financial worries because you have an endless supply of money. Whether your books sell or not, you're still swimming in it. Damon blinked a few times. You mean the money I got because my father killed my mom? Charles looked away. What's going on? Why are you lashing out at everyone? Does it matter? Asked Charles. That's why I'm here. Then you're wasting your time. Why won't you tell me what's on your mind? Damon asked. I'm your friend. You'd never understand. Try me. I just want to be alone. Do you care that your wife is at home crying because she doesn't know what she did to make you angry? Charles jolted. She's really upset. So you are on her side. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not taking sides? Will you please just tell me what's bothering you so I can help? Where do you want me to start? With her demands that I impregnate her, which obviously I can't do? I don't think you can help with that. Do you want me to look into other doctors for you? Just leave me alone. The fact that I can't do this is emasculating. A lot of people have a hard time conceiving. It doesn't make you less of a man. I said go. Charles turned from him. If that's the way you want it. Damon placed a 20 on the counter and went outside, his pulse pounding. He'd never seen Charles like that before. Things he was spouting off about Damon's supposedly perfect life had to be because he was drunk. That was the only explanation. If he didn't change his tune soon, Damon and Ari would find somewhere else to stay while waiting for their new home to be built. He wouldn't stay at the Gillens if Charles really felt that way about him. Chapter 16. Bleary-eyed, Ariana made her way down the stairs. They were meeting with the architect in a little over an hour. The appointment had been made before the bodies were found, and before she knew they would get so little sleep. She needed to drink a pot of coffee, maybe an entire coffee stand, in order to function on so little sleep. She and Leah had talked until Damon returned home. After they gave up trying to figure out what was wrong with Charles, they made guesses as to which neighbor had killed all those people. Ariana thought the previous owner was the prime suspect, whereas Leah was convinced it had to be Boone. Or it could have been someone connected with Damon's dad. She didn't want to think about that. Which could also mean that the bodies might not have been there when she and Damon moved in, but that they were buried there afterwards. And she really didn't want to think about that. Ariana jumped when she got to the kitchen and found Leah sitting at the table, sipping from a mug and looking into space. She was wearing the same clothes as last night. Leah, are you okay? A beat passed before Leah glanced her way. Charles didn't come home last night. What? Why would he do that? It would appear he's really upset about the cost of steak. Ariana poured herself a cup of coffee, topped off Leah's, and sat next to her. Did you try calling him? What do you think? I'm just trying to help. Leah frowned. Sorry. Yes, I called and texted. He's ignoring me. Maybe he slept in his car. Or at the hotel down the block from the bar. Damon said he was slurring his words last night. He still could have told me his plans. I'm not disagreeing with that, Ariana said. But that could have been his thought process. He'll probably come home in a few hours with a huge headache and a bigger apology. Leah sipped her fresh coffee. I don't know what's going on with us. It's stress. Not only are you dealing with trying to get pregnant, but Damon and I have moved into the guest room. Bodies keep getting dug up on either side of your house. Meanwhile, Rita got pregnant without trying. Thanks for the reminder. My point being, that's a lot to deal with. It's no wonder you two are fighting. Damon and I have been dealing with our own issues. Remember, he took off just yesterday, and I wasn't happy about that. At least he's back. Speaking of him, Ariana said, I'll go upstairs and see what he thinks. He might have a better idea where Charles is. I don't care anymore. Leah rose. I'm going to sleep. Charles can do whatever he wants. Get some rest. That's a great idea. If we find him, do you want me to text you or let you sleep? Like I said, I don't care. She trudged out of the room. Ariana finished her coffee, then put away the mugs. On her way upstairs, she texted Rita to see if she had any ideas about Charles. No response. Probably sleeping. She opened the door to the guest room just as Damon stepped out of the bathroom, with wet hair and a towel around his waist. She wrapped her arms around him and squeezed, taking in the scent of his body wash. He held her tightly. Is everything okay? Charles didn't come home last night. Leah's, what? I think she waited up all night. He swore. What's wrong with him? I was hoping you'd have some ideas. Not at the moment, but I'll think it over while I get ready. Ari kissed his cheek. Thank you. There's some coffee ready downstairs. I'm going to get in the shower. Our appointment is in an hour? Yeah. She hurried into the bathroom, her mind buzzing. With everything else going on, she hadn't needed nearly as much caffeine as she'd thought. If only they could all go back in time. Even just 2 months ago, everything was normal and happy. No, it wasn't. That was only the surface. Rita had been dealing with a psychotic husband, but keeping a smile on her face. Charles and Leah were having trouble conceiving, but acting like it was no big deal. And there were bodies buried in their neighborhood, on her and Damon's property. It still seemed surreal, especially now that one of them tied back to Cal Jones. Ariana changed her mind. She didn't want to go back in time. She wanted to fly forward, to see the day when her new house was habitable, when Leah could show her positive pregnancy test, and when the mystery of the bodies was solved. That would be a good day. But it would be at least a few months. It would take that long to build the new house. At least after today, their property would be theirs again. They could break ground on the new home, assuming the detectives kept their word and finished their work by the end of the day. Ariana was eager to leave for the appointment when she finished getting ready. She found Damon in the living room, sipping coffee and texting. "Did you find him?" she asked. "No. He's not reading any of his texts." "What's his problem?" "He's crumbling under the stress. On top of everything else, he has work worries." "Leah's stressed too," Ari said. "He needs to be here with her." "I agree. We can drive by the bar and look for his car on the way to the architect." "Good idea. I think, ding dong." "Maybe that's him," Ariana said. "He has keys." "Not if he lost them in a drunken stupor." Ariana raced to the door. The two detectives once again stood in front of her. Damon appeared at her side. "You're supposed to leave us alone." Rojas stiffened. "We aren't here to see you." "Who then?" Ariana asked. "Charles. Tell him to come to the door." "He isn't here," Damon said. "I can get Leah." "We need Charles," Kamada said. "Do you know where he is?" "That's what we're trying to find out," Ariana said. "Why?" "We have a warrant for his arrest." Chapter 17. Ariana stared at the detectives, trying to make sense of what they'd just said. "Charles is under arrest?" Damon asked. "He will be once we find him." "Why?" Kamada stared Damon down. "Maybe you should ask your attorney." "What does he have anything to do with any of this?" "We're not allowed to speak to you, remember? Did you say Leah is here?" "She's sleeping," Ariana said. "She was up all night waiting for him to come home." "Nobody knows where he is?" Rojas asked. "No," Damon said. The detectives exchanged a look before Kamada turned to Ariana. "Please get Leah." Ariana hated to wake her friend, but what choice did she have? She knocked on Leah's door, then went in after she received no response. "Wake up." Leah didn't stir. Ari shook her gently. "The detectives want to talk to you." Her eyes flew open. "Why me?" "They're looking for Charles." Her eyebrows drew together. "I don't follow." Ari swallowed. "They have a warrant." "He's under arrest?" Leah flew out of the bed, her legs tangled in blankets. "Easy there." Ariana helped steady her. "Easy? My husband is under arrest." Leah pulled on a sweatshirt and ball cap. "Is that why he didn't come home last night?" "I don't know. He didn't say anything about any of this to Damon." They hurried to the front door. "You're looking for my husband?" Leah said. "Yes," Rojas said. "Do you know where he is?" "I haven't seen him since last night." "Do you know where he is?" she repeated. "No." "We'd like you to call him," Kamada said. "Over speaker." "He's not answering my calls, and my phone is in my room. I was sleeping." "Go get it," Rojas said. "We'll wait." Leah threw Ari a worried glance before heading back inside. "Who was the last person to talk to Charles?" Rojas asked. "I thought you weren't supposed to talk to us," Damon said. "This doesn't involve you," Kamada said. "I saw him last night," Damon said. "And?" "We were at a bar. He was drinking." "Was he drunk?" Damon hesitated. "He was a little buzzed." Rojas lifted a brow. Leah returned. "He's still not answering. See?" She held out her phone. "Try again," Kamada said. "I just called less than a minute ago." "Try again," he repeated. "I don't know what good that'll do." Leah swiped the screen. Ringing sounded over the speaker. Then Charles's recorded voice asking the caller to leave a message. "See?" "Call us if you hear from him," Rojas said. "Any of you." They all agreed. The detectives left, heading down the street and knocking on another door. "Why is he under arrest?" Leah asked, leaning against the wall. "They won't say," Damon said. "Do they think he killed those people? Or is it something else?" Is he involved with anything shady? Ariana asked. No. Nothing? Damon asked. Are you sure? If he is, he hasn't told me. Leah frowned. Ari rested a hand on her shoulder. We'll help you figure this out. Damon and I are already planning on driving by the bar to see if his car is still there. And what will that tell you? Leah asked. It's closed. He won't be there. He could have gone to the hotel down the street. You think he's seeing someone? Leah covered her mouth. No, to sleep off the alcohol. He could have called me. Or you two, if he's still mad at me for wanting to make steaks. It doesn't have anything to do with food, Damon said. What then? Literally everything else. Plus, I think he's worried about that script he sold. Worried? Leah asked. You know, fear of success, since this one is going to be so big. What are you talking about? Leah demanded. Charles is an internal processor, Damon said. He has to think a lot before he's ready to talk about something. I wouldn't take it personally, hard as it might be. I'm his wife. That doesn't change how he deals with new information. I've been reading a lot about personality lately. Some people... I don't want a lesson about my husband, Leah said. I'm going to find him myself. Demand answers. By the time I'm done with him, he'll wish the cops had found him first. She went inside and slammed the door. Ari jumped. Should I go after her? Damon shook his head. We have to go before we're late for our appointment. If we miss this, it could be 2 more weeks before we can get in to see her. Her heart sank, but he was right. Leah was capable of taking care of herself. They needed to focus on their new house. Okay. He remote unlocked the charger, and they hurried out of the neighborhood and to the bar. Charles's car wasn't there or at the hotel. Where do you think he went? Ari asked. I don't know, but I hope he's not running from the law. Do you think he knows about the warrant? No idea. You don't think he's the killer? Ari's stomach knotted at the thought. There's no way. Why do they want to arrest him? Damon tapped the steering wheel. That's what I want to know. But we'll have to wait. Maybe we should rent a place to stay and give him and Leah some space. If he's so stressed, we shouldn't add to that. I've thought about that too. But if he does go to jail, we should be there for Leah. She isn't going to want to be alone. That's true, Ariana said. But I think we should look into staying somewhere else, in case the warrant isn't as bad as it looks. If he comes home, we should go. I think you're right. But we'll jump off that bridge when we get to it. Let's focus on our appointment. If we need to check into a hotel or something a little more permanent, we'll figure that out when the time comes. Right. It isn't like we have much to pack. He gave her a hug. We'll add shopping to our ever-growing to-do list once we get settled. We can't keep borrowing from Leah and Charles forever. And it'll be nice to have more of our own things. I'm sorry I haven't made that more of a priority. He tightened his embrace. Shopping hardly seems important in light of everything else going on. No, but adding some normalcy to our lives is important. She got lost in his eyes. I'm just glad that we have each other. I couldn't do this without you. Chapter 18. The cops swarmed both properties, but especially the Joneses. There wouldn't be an inch of dirt left in the place by the time they were finished. It was a waste of time, because they'd already found all the bodies on that plot of land. But the longer they focused on that, the more time it would take for them to connect any of the bodies to him. He'd been careful, but nobody could ever be perfect. If he'd left behind a stray hair, or a minuscule piece of saliva had landed on one of the girls, the authorities would have his DNA. He wasn't in the system, so he had that going for him. But if they ever asked for a swab, even only to rule him out, he would be found. So many things could go wrong. The great killers of the past were able to get away with their crimes because technology wasn't what it is now. Most of the infamous unsolved murder sprees could have been caught under different circumstances. Cops were smarter now. Technology was mind-blowing compared to what it had been even just a couple decades earlier. That meant he had to be at the top of his game. It upped his stakes, made it more exciting. A crowd was starting to form. Of course, it always did. Nosy neighbors with nothing better to do. He should know. His wife was in the crowd this time. She gawked along with some of the other housewives, all wearing yoga clothes and with their hair in ponytails or buns, whispering, gossiping, trying to be armchair detectives. Anger boiled inside, starting from his gut and rising to his chest. His wife was the reason he killed. This was all her fault. If she would be a reasonable spouse, he wouldn't be driven to these extreme acts of control. No, she wanted to run the show, boss him around, be her own woman. Didn't she realize they were married? He'd tried reasoning with her. She'd refused to give him the proper reverence he deserved as her husband. When talking, and eventually pleading, didn't work, he'd taken her to a church that preached the proper order of things from the pulpit. She still didn't get the point, thought they were backwards and twisting scriptures, refused to see him as her authority. He'd brought her to the church leaders. They had set her straight, except that she wasn't even afraid to talk back to them. The woman had no concept of respect. It was maddening. She'd nearly gotten them thrown out of the fellowship, but it had been a moot point. Her behavior humiliated him, and he couldn't stand watching the other men with their obedient wives. That had been a mistake. His wife had thought she'd won, thought he now saw things from her perspective. It was then that he'd looked into getting a divorce. But the attorney he'd hired said he would get raked over the coals. He was stuck with the woman who insisted on doing everything her way. She got a part-time job without asking his permission, enrolled the kids in a preschool he hated, upgraded her car without his approval, wore those skimpy workout clothes for all to see. She was out of control. That was why he sought out some of the neighborhood nannies. Couldn't go for the residence kids. Those absences would be too glaring. But a missing babysitter? People would be annoyed, but wouldn't start a campaign to find them. And he'd been right. The Marins, who used to live in the Joneses' house, just hired another one. He took her, too. It was like an all-you-can-eat buffet. He got to pick and choose. Most babysitters were easy pickings. Young, naive, not very smart, but easy on the eyes. The older nannies, they were a different story. More independent and mouthy than his wife. He didn't need more of that in his life. As the crowd grew, so did his itch to return to his latest victim. He'd kept food from her long enough that she was getting more and more agreeable. His wife and her yoga-clad friends pulled away from the onlookers. He backed even farther away, stepping behind a tree. They were in the opposite direction, heading toward home. Of course they were. That would make it nearly impossible for him to sneak home unnoticed. She would want to know what he was doing and why he wasn't working. The woman was so demanding. He'd have to wait. If he thought about it all day, his rage could get to the point where he killed his new pet already. It was too soon. He needed to let her fear build. Give it more time. No. He would wait. For now. Chapter 19. Damon pulled onto their street, and his stomach knotted. "The police are back?" Ariana said. A single cruiser was parked in front of the Gillens. No officers in sight. I wonder if they found Charles. Damon pulled up to the curb and looked around. Leah's car sat alone in the driveway. Damon and Ariana scrambled out of the car and raced to the front door. Nobody in sight. "Hello?" he called. Silence. He exchanged a raised eyebrow with Ariana. She nodded toward the stairs. "I'll go upstairs. You check down here." "I'm not leaving your side. There are armed officers in here somewhere." "Then should we even be here?" He didn't answer that. "Hello?" he called again, this time louder. "I hope Leah's okay," Ariana said. "I'm going to call her." Heavy footsteps sounded from the direction of the kitchen. Kamada appeared. "What are you two doing here?" "We live here," Damon said. "Temporarily." The detective crossed his arms. "You need to leave. This is an active investigation." "Where's Leah?" Ariana demanded. "Visiting with a neighbor. I recommend you do the same." "Why are you searching the Gillens' house?" Damon asked. "Warrant. Go." "Is he a suspect?" Kamada's hand moved to his hips and rested on his gun holster. "What part of leave don't you understand?" Anger roiled in Damon's chest. "You don't need to threaten us." "I merely asked a question." Damon stared him down. They both knew better. He took Ariana's hand, and they left without another word. Damon closed the door harder than necessary. "What evidence against Charles are they looking for?" Ariana asked. Probably grasping at straws, desperate for answers. A judge wouldn't have signed a warrant in that case. He took a slow breath. "You're right. I'm just annoyed at Kamada. I haven't liked him since the moment I met him." Ariana pulled him across the street. Rita opened her front door before they reached it. "Come in." "Is Leah here?" Ari asked. "Yeah." Rita waved them in and closed the door. "Did they arrest Charles?" Damon asked, taking in all the changes to the house. Rita appeared to be removing all traces of her imprisoned husband. Not that he blamed her. "They still can't find him." Rita led them to the backyard where Leah sat, staring at the pool. Ariana ran over and the two women embraced. Damon raked his fingers through his hair, tugging on the ends. He was frustrated both for and with Charles. Why wouldn't his friend at least let him know what was going on? Didn't he realize they would do anything to help? "Want something to drink?" Rita asked. "You look like you need to relax." He remembered her pregnancy. "I don't want to drink in front of you if you can't have anything." One side of her mouth curled up. "I own a bar," If I can't handle people drinking in front of me, I have bigger problems. Besides, I want to get rid of Boone's stash. Whatever's left by the time I have the baby is going in the garbage. No more alcohol in the house. Really? None? She stood taller. You want some or not? I'll get it. It's in the pantry? Under the sink, next to the trash. Damon went inside, found the bottles, and poured himself a drink. After taking a few sips, he called Charles, and nearly dropped the phone when he answered. The police aren't listening, are they? Charles said. No, but they're going through your house. Where are you? At Rita's with Leah and Ari. Charles mumbled something Damon couldn't understand. Where are you? Damon asked. Doesn't matter. Leah said they have a warrant for my arrest. And to go through your house. Do you know what they're looking for? I'm guessing some link to me in one of the bodies. They haven't said anything? No. How long are you planning on hiding? Damon asked. As long as I need to. You don't think that'll make things worse for you? Going to jail certainly isn't going to help anything. But evading arrest will only give them more to use against you, Damon said. Do you need a lawyer? I don't know that mine will be able to help you in the same case that he's helping me, but he has plenty of associates. I have attorneys too. Have you spoken to one? I will, Charles said. How long have the cops been at my house? Is Leah okay? She's worried about you. I'm not sure how long they've been inside. They were there when Ari and I came back from an appointment. Charles swore. You should talk to them. It could be a misunderstanding and they'll let you go. They have a warrant. But if you didn't do anything... If? Charles asked. You know what I mean. It isn't that I don't believe you. I do. But evading the cops won't help anything in the long run. It just makes you look guilty. I can't go to jail. Leah needs me, and my agent thinks my screenplay is the one that will go big. Damon took a deep breath and tried to think of something convincing to say. Ari, Rita, and I are all here for Leah. You both have our support. And my screenplay? There's no such thing as bad press, right? Maybe it'll help. It won't. Trust me. Not this early in the game. Maybe if it was already scheduled for production, but even then, I doubt it. Then come forward to clear your name. The truth will come out. But if you're hiding and not telling them your version of events... My version? Charles said. They don't have your side of the story. The longer you stay away, the worse it's going to get. I never killed anyone. Then show up and tell them. Convince them. They're desperate for an arrest. They kept questioning me. Now, for whatever reason, they're looking at you. They aren't looking. A judge issued a warrant. This is more serious. Do you want me to come to you? Damon asked. It might help to talk in person. I can see if my lawyer will give his thoughts. He's answered my calls quickly. I do appreciate the offer, but I need to handle this on my own. Leah's really worried about you. You and Ari stay with her. I'll figure out what to do and get back to one of you. Damon's mind raced to think of something convincing to say. Talk to you later. The call ended. Damon threw his hands in the air. He hadn't gotten anywhere with Charles. What could he possibly tell Leah to help her feel better? Chapter 20. Maya Pendleton held her breath as she pulled her Audi past the gate. It closed behind her. She was in. Her GPS instructed her to take the first left. The house was only a few blocks away. After all this time, would it lead to the truth? Or would she only be disappointed again? Time both sped up and slowed as she drew near. She parked next to the sidewalk and took in the enormous forest green home with cream trim. Was this the right place, or would she have to start over again? Time was not on her side. Maya checked her makeup, raked her fingers through her hair, trying to hide the magenta streaks, and straightened her collar. She hated professional-style clothes. It was like they were made specifically to be uncomfortable. Or maybe it was because she'd opted for the bargain bin ones. It wasn't like she was going to wear them long. She pulled on a sun hat and got out of the car. Then she stood straight and cleared her throat. This needed to be the performance of a lifetime. Holding her head high, she took confident steps to the door and rang the bell, using the hat to block her face from the doorbell camera. The door opened, and a blonde woman in an expensive yoga out smiled widely. Color drained from her face, and her grin faded as soon as they made eye contact. Maya? Maya gave the woman her best smile and held out her hand. Yes, you're Bridget? She nodded, shaking Maya's hand with the world's weakest grip. This was definitely the right house. Finally. Maya stepped inside and looked around the grand entryway. What a beautiful home. Thank you. Bridget closed the door. Where are the children? Bridget stared at Maya for a beat before answering. They're at preschool. I thought I'd show you around the house, and then you could go with me to pick them up. Perfect. I can't wait to meet them. She nodded, still taking her in. Maya pretended not to notice. What about your husband? I always like to meet the entire family before I agree to work as the nanny. Of course. Bridget twisted her wedding ring back and forth. Ryan will be home for lunch. You can meet him then. Maya chatted as Bridget showed her around the house. The other woman could hardly hold herself together, stumbling over her words and even her own 2 feet. Maya only acted interested in the job. She was looking for any sign that her identical twin had been in the house. The last family said this was where Olivia went to work. Other than Bridget acting like she was in the presence of a ghost, Maya desperately hoped that wasn't the case, that her twin was still alive. There was nothing pointing to Olivia being there now, or ever having been there. It wasn't as if the family would advertise having abducted their former nanny. Maya would need to be hired so she could move in and really look. When they returned to the entry, Bridget announced it was time to pick up the kids. In the car, Maya asked questions about the children. She needed to appear really interested in them if she wanted the job, so she could find her sister. Have you had other nannies? Maya asked after they pulled into a parking spot. What? Bridget's face lost color again. Yeah, a few. A few? They didn't last long? Well, they're usually in college or something. What was your last nanny like? Bridget dropped the keys. We'd better get inside. I can't be late picking up the kids. Remember that. Any late fees will come out of your paycheck if you don't pick them up on time. Understood. You don't have to worry about me. Punctuality is my middle name. Bridget gave her a flustered smile before getting out of the car. Maya followed her and hung back as Bridget signed out the 2 kids and chatted with the receptionist and other parents. Barely 2 minutes passed before a perky teenager brought a little boy and girl to Bridget. Both had the same light hair as their mother. Bridget brought them over. "This is Lola and Noah. Kids, meet Olivia?" Lola said, her eyes wide. "You're back!" Noah threw his arms around Maya. "No," Bridget said. "She only looks like Olivia. This is Maya." Lola crossed her arms. "No, that's Olivia." "They look just alike," Bridget insisted. Maya turned to her. "Who's Olivia?" "You," Noah said. "My name is Maya." Both kids shook their heads. "I know it's confusing," Bridget said. "But she isn't Olivia. Let's hurry. We need to meet Daddy for lunch. Can't be late." "Or he'll be mad," Lola said. "Does he get mad a lot?" Maya asked. "No," Bridget said quickly. "He just has a busy schedule and needs to return to work." On the way back to the house, the kids talked about school nonstop. It gave Maya the time she needed to mentally prepare for lunch. Chances were, if something bad had happened to her twin, it was the husband who had done it. Whatever it was. And Maya would get to the bottom of it. Her pulse quickened as they approached the house. A red Maserati now sat in the driveway. Was she about to meet the man who knew where Olivia was? "Daddy's home," Noah squealed. "He's gonna be mad," Lola said. "No, he won't," Noah said. "Not with Olivia, Maya, here." "Kids, stop." Bridget turned to Maya. "They're exaggerating. Ryan just doesn't like to be kept waiting. But you don't have to worry about him. He works so much you'll hardly see him. Even if he's grumpy, I'm not easily rattled." Maya gave her a wide smile, holding her gaze for a moment longer than necessary. Bridget jolted. "Okay, well, like I said, there isn't anything to worry about. Let's go inside." Noah ran ahead of everyone else. Lola stuck close to Bridget. Maya adjusted her hat as she neared the doorbell cam. Couldn't have Ryan recognizing her before she could gauge his reaction. Bridget stepped inside first. "We're home, honey. Come meet Maya, the interviewing nanny." Heavy footsteps sounded down the hallway as the kids put their shoes and bags into a closet near the door. The man who rounded the corner wasn't impressive. Average height and build, with the start of a bald spot, though he couldn't be more than 40. If she passed him on the street, she wouldn't even notice him. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped as he came to a sudden stop. "Don't be rude," Bridget said. "Say hello." "I'm Ryan." He held out his hand. "Maya." She shook it, and his grip nearly crushed her bones, but she managed to smile. "Pleasure to meet you. I've heard such wonderful things about you." He lifted an eyebrow. "Doesn't she look just like Olivia?" Noah asked, "except for the pink in her hair." Ryan nodded, not looking away from her. "The resemblance is uncanny." "I'm curious to see a picture of her," Maya said. "Do you have one?" "No," he said. "She wasn't here long." "Why'd she leave?" "She didn't say." "That's weird, don't you think?" "Not really. She was flighty." He turned to Bridget. "What did you make for lunch?" "Nothing." Ryan scowled. "We have last night's casserole." He grumbled about not having fresh food for lunch. Maya redirected the conversation, asking questions about the kids and complimenting everyone. She needed this job. Ryan had to know where Olivia was. The question was, had Maya arrived in time to find her alive? Chapter 21. Ariana returned to the outdoor seating area where Leah and Rita were removing items Boone had picked out. Leah wiped her forehead. "Are the cops still at my house?" "The cars are gone. Both our properties are police-free." Ariana handed them both a bottle of water and opened hers. "Want to head over?" Leah guzzled her entire bottle. "I'm afraid to see the mess they've caused." Rita leaned against the wall. "You've been helping with my house. I'll return the favor." "Are you sure you have the energy?" "If I didn't, I'd tell you." Leah turned to Ari. "Is it like on TV? When the cops search a house, do they tear it all apart?" "It depends on what they were looking for. From my understanding, the warrant allows them to search for something specific, so I doubt they looked through everything." "That's good news, I guess. Keep in mind, I've never been an officer, only went through one semester of pre-law before changing my major." "But your dad is a cop." "Right. Him, not me." Leah shrugged. "Let's go see the damage." As the three friends made their way outside, Ariana bumped into Rita, who had stopped walking on the porch. "Who's that?" Rita pointed across the street. A girl about their age, with shoulder-length black hair with pink streaks, stood in front of Ariana's property. "Probably just someone curious about all the neighborhood drama," Leah said. "Have you seen her before?" Rita asked. "No," Ari said. "Actually," Leah said, "she does look familiar. I'm not sure why. New move-in? Let's see what she's up to." Rita marched ahead. Ariana exchanged a curious glance with Leah before they chased after her. "Can you believe they found dead bodies there?" Rita asked. The girl's eyes widened. "That's why there's no house here?" "It's a little more complicated than that. I don't believe we've met. I'm Rita." She extended her hand. "Maya." Leah and Ariana introduced themselves. "Where do you live?" Rita asked. "Not here," Maya said. "I'm in the neighborhood for an interview." "Doing what?" "Nannying." Leah snapped her fingers. "That's where I know you from. I've seen you around the neighborhood with some little kids. We met at the grocery store a few weeks ago. We were talking about a magazine headline at the register. But your hair was longer and you had a nose ring. That's why I didn't place you immediately." "Wait," Ariana said. "You said you're here for a nanny interview. You couldn't have been working here 3 weeks ago." "Is that your car?" Rita asked, pointing to the sporty Audi with the paper license plate still in the window next to her. "Seems kind of pricey for a nanny. What's going on?" Maya chewed on her lower lip for a moment. "Fine. You've got me. I'm looking for my twin sister. She's missing, and the last place she was seen was at the Canes. I'm trying to work for them so I can figure out what happened." Ariana's stomach twisted in tight knots. "You think she was buried on my property?" Maya's eyes widened. "No, I'm hoping she's still alive. But the fact that bodies have been found in the same neighborhood does worry me. A lot." "What about twin telepathy?" Leah asked. "Do you sense her?" "We've never experienced that. She broke a bone once, and I didn't have a single sympathy pain." "How long has she been missing?" Rita asked. "I last spoke with her a week ago. None of her friends have heard from her since then either." "A full week?" Ariana asked, pressure building behind her temples. "We don't know if it was that long," Maya said. "I know it's bad past the first day, but I've been working hard to find out where she even was." "I was abducted longer than a day, and I survived," Rita said. Maya stared at her as if trying to figure out if she was telling the truth. You were? This boring neighborhood is suddenly super exciting. Was it the Canes? Maya asked. Rita shook her head. My husband was behind it. Back to your sister, Ari said. Have you reported her missing to the police? Obviously, but do you know how hard it is to get anyone to pay attention? I tried filing a report in 3 separate cities, but they wouldn't do anything because it was out of their jurisdiction. Now I know she was here, in this neighborhood. These cops have to take me seriously. You didn't know your twin was here? Leah asked. All I knew was that she was moving around, working various jobs so she could see more of the state. Olivia was trying to figure out where she wanted to settle down. You two didn't want to be near each other? Rita asked. All either one of us wanted was to get away from our family. We moved to Seattle, but neither of us liked living in the city, so we went in different directions. Do you want me to go with you to the police station? Ariana asked. I'm already familiar with the detectives on the case with the buried bodies. I'm sure they would take you seriously. They're eager to find who's behind this. Maya's face scrunched up. I hope Olivia isn't buried there. Those bodies had been there for at least a few years. Ryan's been busy. If it's him, it has to be, Maya said. One look at him, and it's obvious he feels he has something to prove. Those are the dangerous ones. I'm going to call Charles, Leah said, and started walking toward her house. He needs to know about this. Ari turned back to Maya. Do you want me to go with you? I'm more than happy to. That would be great. Ariana turned to Rita. You coming? Rita pulled out her phone. I think I better go to the bar. Meet me there after? Sure. Rita said goodbye and headed toward her house. The bar? Maya asked. She owns a bar and grill. Gotcha. You can go with us. Drinks are always discounted, sometimes even free. Knowing the owner has its perks. I might have to take you up on that. Could use something strong after the day I've had. Ari looked longingly at the plot of dirt where her house used to stand. Did you know one of the victims? That's where my house used to be. What happened? Maya asked. Rita's husband burned it down while he was holding her captive. He sounds like a real winner. Ariana snorted. Right. You ready to go? Let's do this. Next door, Leah paced her front lawn talking on the phone. Hopefully Maya's story would be enough to convince Charles to come home. Chapter 22. Ryan gripped his steering wheel and glared at the house. Bridget had gone too far this time. He needed to get control of the situation. Or better yet, control of her. But his attempts so far had been futile. That was why he'd needed to take out his frustrations in other ways. It was her fault he'd had to hurt all those women. And she'd gone and hired the nanny without his permission. Now he'd have to hurt Maya, too. But first, her twin. There was no doubt Olivia and Maya were twins, even though Maya was playing dumb about the whole thing. Women were a lot of things, but they weren't stupid. That was what kept things exciting. Ryan drew a deep breath and held it, focusing on keeping his cool. The kids would be home, so he couldn't unleash his anger. No, he needed to remain calm. His fury could run free once he'd returned to his captive. She would pay for all of this. He relaxed a little, knowing an outlet for his rage waited. Ryan grabbed his things and headed for the front door. Sirens sounded in the distance. He froze. Relaxed. They weren't coming for him. He wasn't even on their radar. His family was on the other end of the neighborhood as the bodies, and the only ones they'd found were on either side of the Gillens. The cops were looking at Charles. Good. He would drop more evidence against the fool if need be. Ryan would never be a suspect. He'd see to that. He gripped the knob as he unlocked the door, braced himself for the mess and noise as he opened the door. Silence. Nothing to trip over. Strange. He closed the door behind him and crept through the entry, looking around, listening. It wasn't until he reached the kitchen that he saw them. Outside in the yard, the kids were splashing around in the pool, and Bridget sat at a table, wine glass in hand, yammering on the phone, not even paying attention to the brats. At least that gave him a few moments to himself. He glanced at the kids. They appeared to be playing Marco Polo, before grabbing himself a glass of whiskey, then another. It didn't do much to relax him, but it did help a little. Time to put Bridget in her place. Ryan stepped outside. Both kids cannonballed into the pool, barely missing his expensive suit with the chlorinated water. Bridget said something into the phone and laughed. He cleared his throat and sat next to her. She continued talking to her friend, so he stared at her. "I have to go, Allie. I think I'm in trouble." Bridget glowered at him as she ended her call. "How could you?" he said. "What are you referring to exactly?" "You know." "Do I?" She tilted her head. "You're always mad about something, so it's hard to narrow it down." "The new nanny." "You don't like her?" "Now you ask my opinion," he said. "Maya's wonderful with the kids. They took to her right away. Neither have stopped talking about her since meeting her." "You don't find anything odd about her?" "She's the spitting image of Olivia, if that's what you're hinting at." "That doesn't concern you?" he asked. "Should it?" "I don't trust her." "She has excellent references." He harumphed. "It can't be a coincidence." "People have doppelgangers. Remember when we met yours at the Frank's Christmas party a few years ago?" "That loser didn't look anything like me." Bridget snorted. "I want a different nanny for the kids." "Maya already accepted the job." "Then revoke the invitation." "No." He gave her a double take. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." "Did you just tell me no?" "That's right." Anger roiled in his gut. "I'm the man of the house." "And I'm the woman. What's your point?" "We need to make decisions together." "You mean you need to make them?" She stared him down. "That's the way it should be." "Wrong." It took every ounce of self-control not to leap from the chair and pin her against the wall. "You need to learn your place." "I'm the kid's mother and half of this partnership. I know my place. Do you know yours?" He glanced at the pool. The kids were staring. "Go back to playing," he ordered. "Everything's fine." "Yeah, fine." Bridget's tone was flat. They didn't budge. "Go!" He waved toward them. Both spun around and swam away. He turned back to his wife. "Everything would work so much more smoothly if you would just accept the way things should be." They are the way things should be. We're equal. Anything else is wrong, Ryan. You need to pull your head out of the dark ages and see that. Women are not inferior, and I will not bend to your will when you're wrong. I have no problem with teamwork, but that's off the table with you. It's your way or the highway, so you leave me with no other choice. I have to ask for your forgiveness because I sure as hell am not asking for your permission. He stared at her, words failing him for once. Any other questions? She asked. Ryan glanced at the kids. They were watching from the far end of the pool. I have somewhere I need to be. He rose, shoving the chair back. Are you picking up something for dinner? You're going to have to figure that out on your own, he snapped. Fine. He stormed inside the house before she could see his face flaming. How dare she speak to him like that? Sure, she'd always been a radical feminist, something she hadn't shown him until after their vows. But this conversation took the cake. If they hadn't been outside where the neighbors could have possibly heard, he'd have shown her a thing or two. Things needed to change. She was growing increasingly out of control. But he needed a plan. And before he could calm down enough to figure that out, he needed to release his fury. It was time to return to Olivia. He grabbed his car keys and headed for the door. Chapter 23. How did it go? Ariana asked as soon as Maya returned to the waiting room at the police station. Her expression flooded with relief. She took me seriously. Good. What did she say? That they would look into him immediately. Ariana gave her a high five. I don't know what you said, but you worked some kind of magic. I can't say that they're taking Leah's husband off their list. She didn't bring him up. Just wanted to know what I had to say. I did ask, but it was futile. It's a step in the right direction. Charles just happens to live between the two properties where the bodies were found. Now they have an actual suspect to focus on. I'm glad I could help, Maya said. But even more, I hope we find Olivia. This has to lead them to her. I bet the detectives will find a connection to Ryan with all the bodies. He needs to be arrested. There's definitely something off about him. He's got that vibe, you know what I mean? I haven't spent enough time around him to know, but I've been around people like him. She leaped up from her seat. Let's find the others and tell them the good news. She and Maya went to her car. Ariana texted Leah and Rita, asking where they were. This was the kind of thing she wanted to tell them in person. Ari handed her phone to Maya before starting the car. If they text back, let them know we're on our way. Sure. Leah is going to be so happy. I bet. Do you think... Just as Ariana started to pull out of the parking lot, a red Maserati whizzed past, going at least twice the legal speed. She blared her horn. That has to be Ryan's car, Maya said. How many of those are driving around? I'm following him. Ariana hit the gas. She struggled not to go too much over the speed limit while still keeping the car in sight. It turned a corner, heading toward the freeway. Ari put the pedal to the metal and turned the corner just in time to see the other car enter the on-ramp. She blew through a yellow light, now being the one someone else honked at, and got on the freeway. The car was still in sight. Hard to miss a vehicle speeding past all the others. She turned up the...
Sometimes all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
volume on her police scanner and kept up, while staying far enough behind not to catch his attention. "Should we keep following him?" Maya asked, after 20 minutes passed and the car still hadn't pulled off the freeway. "I'll give it 5 minutes, then I'll call my dad to see if he can run the plates." "You think he will?" "Oh, definitely." 5 minutes passed. Ariana voice-instructed her phone to call her dad. The speeding car veered onto the off-ramp. She canceled the call, turned on her blinker, took the same exit, followed through a series of turns until they came to a battered 2-lane road surrounded by trees. Ari's phone rang. The car speakers announced it was Damon. "I should have called him sooner," she said. "He's probably worried." She instructed the car to answer, then caught him up on the situation. "Where are you?" he asked. Ryan turned onto a dirt road. "Heading into the woods." Ariana gave him the best directions she could. "Can you wait for me?" he asked. "I don't want to lose him." "Okay, keep me updated. I'm heading out now." They said goodbye, and she ended the call. The car bumped and jerked over the uneven dirt road. "Do you think Ryan knows we're following him?" Maya asked. "Depends on how many people come out this way." "I haven't seen another car since we pulled off the freeway." "Me neither," Ariana said. She slowed down, not that he would suspect them any less at this point. He might not even be paying attention, given how erratically he's been driving. He's barely noticing anyone in front of him, much less who's behind him. The other car picked up speed, sending rocks and dirt flying back. Ari hit the brakes. Once the air cleared, she punched the gas. The other car was no longer in view, but the dusty air showed his path. She followed it. The cloud cleared. No vehicle. Ariana followed the tracks, kept going even when weeds took over, hiding all signs of tire treads. There were numerous turnoffs. Ryan could have gone down any one of them. "Don't tell me we came all this way for nothing," Maya said. "We didn't. Now we know where he goes." She sped up, looking for any dust or other signs they were still on the right track. "We've lost him," Maya sighed in defeat. "We know where he takes them," Ariana said, her determination growing stronger. "Even if we don't find him now, we can figure it out later. Tell the detectives." "He could be anywhere." Maya's voice cracked. "And Olivia's been gone a long time. What if seeing me made him want to kill her? What if—" "You didn't do anything wrong. Looking for her is the best thing you could have done. Now the police have a new person of interest, someone who could actually be guilty. Nobody suspected him until you showed up." Maya sniffled. "If anything happens to Olivia, I'll never forgive myself." Ariana stopped and turned to her. Tears streamed down Maya's face. Ari held her hand. "Your sister is closer to being found. That couldn't have happened without you." "But we don't even know where he went." Maya wiped her tears. "We'll keep looking until we find her." Ariana squeezed her hand, then turned her attention back to the road. The farther they went, the more turnoffs they passed. "We don't even know if we're in the right area, and she could be any place," Maya said. "We'll go down each road if we need to." "That could take a long time." "It'll be worth it if we find her." "But you have a life. I'm sure you have a job to get to in the morning." "My work is keeping women safe," Ariana said. "So in a sense, finding Olivia is my job." "What do you mean?" "Damon and I teach personal safety to women and girls, ideally to keep them out of situations like this. But since your sister is in trouble right now, I'm going to do what I can to help." But if Ryan buried those other bodies, then he plans on killing her too. And the statistics show that after 24 hours, most victims are already dead. Not all, but most. Rita and I have both survived being abducted longer than a day, Ariana said. For real? Yeah. Damon too, actually. Is your neighborhood cursed? Maya asked. Ariana cringed. Damon and Rita had both used the same word. Who else has been kidnapped? Damon and I were abducted long before we moved here, and Rita's had nothing to do with Ryan. Her husband is a psycho, and now he's in prison. I guess I'm part of your club now, considering that Olivia's missing. We'll find her. The road curved. It stopped suddenly, with only a single chain between them and a huge drop-off. What now? Maya asked. Let's go down the turnoffs and see what we find. We're going to be here all night. If we have to be. Chapter 24. Damon turned off his brights as another car came into sight. He flicked them back on after it passed. If only Ariana had been able to give him a street name for the turnoff, but she and her new friend hadn't seen one. His stomach did acrobatics every time he thought about Maya. What if she was in on the whole thing? She could be leading Ari straight to their neighbor who was already holding someone else. Though if that were the case, she was doing a really bad job. Ariana was driving down every turnoff, not finding Ryan or anywhere he might be holding a victim. Hopefully Maya was the real deal. He wouldn't feel better until he met her. Though if his wife believed her, she was probably fine. He couldn't help worrying. He'd been raised by a serial killer, after all. Damon called Ariana again. Can you think of anything that was near the dirt road? There are numerous forks on this road, and without any overhead lights, it's hard to even see them. Maya and I are going to head back, Ari said. We can't find anything. Most of the roads have locked gates. I'd find a way around if I knew for sure it was where Ryan went, but we have no way of knowing. Do you want to meet up? I saw a diner not too far from the freeway exit. Muffled talking sounded in his ear. Yeah, that sounds great. We're both hungry. I'll see you there. What's the name of the diner? I don't remember, he said, but it's the only place to eat between here and the freeway. Okay, I'm sure we'll find it. See you in a few. They ended the call, and Damon turned around and drove under the speed limit. Didn't see Ariana's car behind him. Maybe he was on the wrong road. That would explain why he couldn't find the turnoff. Or maybe Ariana was so far down one that she hadn't reached him yet. Damon made his way back to the diner. There were 4 cars in the parking lot, and none of them were Ariana's. He parked underneath the one overhead light, something he made a habit of with a car like his that always drew attention. Parking in the dark was asking for trouble. He waited a full 10 minutes before calling Ariana again. Almost there, she answered. I was beginning to think one of us was lost. No, we wanted to go down one last road. There's a lake, and someone was boating on it. At this hour, can you believe it? So we had to check it out. Was it Ryan? Just a fisherman. He spoke to us, and he must have been hungry for human interaction because he wouldn't stop talking. I see the diner, and your car. See you in a minute. Relief flooded him. She parked next to him, and he rushed out to squeeze her. I was so worried about you. I wouldn't do anything risky. He lifted a brow. Well, nothing too risky. That sounds about right. Ariana introduced him and Maya, Then the trio went inside. Everything was in 50s decor, right down to the full wall of signed posters of celebrities. The other customers looked like permanent fixtures. A blonde woman in her 60s behind the counter welcomed them with a warm smile and invited them to seat themselves. They sat at a table under a poster of Lucille Ball, laughing. "How long have you been looking for your sister?" Damon asked Maya. "About a week. She's a hard one to track down. I've been following old leads until today." "You're sure she was working as the Kane's nanny?" "Absolutely. Both Ryan and Bridget looked like they saw a ghost when they met me. And the kids thought I was Olivia." "They didn't find that suspicious?" The blonde woman came over with a pen and paper in hand. Her name tag read Sally. "Welcome again. Haven't seen you fine people in these parts before." "We're here on business," Damon said. "We're looking at homes and cabins," Ariana said at the same time. "We're in real estate," Maya said. Sally lifted a brow, but didn't ask more. "The menus are there." She nodded toward the stack against the wall behind the napkin dispenser. "And we serve breakfast all the time. Can I get you anything to start with?" They ordered drinks while grabbing the menus. "There has to be a way to figure out where Ryan's place is," Maya said. "Your dad's a cop, right? Can't he find the address?" "It's probably a public record," Damon said, trying to decide between an omelet and pancakes. "We can just look online?" "Should be able to. Worst case, we'd have to go to the courthouse." Maya pulled out her phone and tapped furiously on the screen. Sally returned with their drinks and took their orders before scurrying back behind the counter. "They don't make this easy," Maya muttered. "I can't find anything about a cabin or even just property out here." "Can you find info on his home?" Ari asked. Maya tapped some more. "No, even that isn't showing up." "It isn't?" "Nothing." "Maybe it's under Bridget's name." Ariana whipped out her phone. "And it is. See?" Damon and Maya both looked. "I bet he loves that," Maya said. "He seems like a total misogynist. I can tell by the way he spoke to Bridget and me." "The property could be under her name." Nothing. They brainstormed other ideas, trying variations of both names, but still came up short. "What's his business?" Damon asked. "Could be listed under that." Maya shrugged. "He didn't say." They searched until the food came, still not finding anything. "Could he have put it under one of the kids' names?" Maya asked. "I don't think that would be legal," Ari said. "They would have to be 18 as far as I know." "Might be a parent or sibling," Damon said. "He could be using someone else's property." Ariana frowned. "We have a lot of digging to do." "We should probably tell the detectives," Maya said. "They were really interested when I told them about Olivia." Ari nodded. "Although they won't be happy that we followed him on our own. Rojas likes to lecture about that sort of thing. Not that it stopped me. Or me. I've been looking on my own up until this point. I'm not giving up until I find my sister." Damon swallowed the last of his eggs. "Neither will we." Chapter 25. "What did she say?" Ariana turned onto the freeway. "I just left a voicemail." Maya sighed. "I hope the detectives take us seriously. I know that was Ryan's car, but if they want proof, I can't give it to them." "Not yet." "Meaning, you're their nanny, right?" Ariana asked. "I see what you're getting at. I should look around for proof." "Exactly. Leave it to me to dig deeper into paperwork. Between the two of us, we'll find what that guy is hiding. All I want is to find Olivia before he—" Maya's voice cracked and she cleared her throat. "I don't know what I'd do if she wasn't in my life anymore. We'll find her." "You sure you aren't a detective?" "I don't want to be, but given my dad's job, I can't help thinking like that." Maya sniffled. "You might want to think about it." "No. Damon and I are happy teaching people before they get into situations like this. If it weren't for you walking down my street, I wouldn't have any clue about your sister. I'm glad you're here. It's been hard doing all the searching on my own." "Oh, I get it. I've dealt with more than my fair share of abductions." "Ever thought of being a private investigator?" Maya asked. Ari laughed. "Why are you so determined to get me to switch careers? You're so good at this. Not only do you have the knowledge and resources, but you care. That's the most important. Like I said, you want to focus on preventing this type of thing. I get it. But you could do both." "It might be something to think about," Ariana said. "Let's focus on Olivia for now. Why don't you tell me more about your sister? Who knows what detail might help lead us to her?" The rest of the drive home, Maya shared stories about her twin. Sometimes she laughed a little, and other times she sniffled. Nothing jumped out to Ari that could be a clue to finding the woman, but maybe something would come in handy later. When she pulled up to the Gillens' house, Rita stood outside, talking with Leah and Charles. Ariana's breath caught seeing Charles back. Leah must be so happy. She and Maya scrambled out of the car and caught the others up on everything. Damon pulled in behind Ariana's car and joined them. As they all headed toward the houses, Ariana turned to Maya. "Where are you staying?" "I'll find a hotel. That's what I've been doing all week." "Nonsense," Rita said. "You'll stay with me." "Are you sure?" Maya asked. "You don't even know me." "I know what you're going through. Or close enough. You can tell me about your sister, or you can go to sleep if that's what you need." Maya's expression softened. "You're really sweet." "Come on." Rita waved her over. "You've got to see what I did to my soon-to-be ex's office." "This sounds interesting." Everyone said goodnight before splitting up. Ariana turned to Charles as he closed the door behind them. "I'm glad you're back. You planning on talking to the detectives?" "I'm hoping they don't care about me anymore, now that they have a real suspect." "Did you ever find out why they thought you were involved?" "Never made it that far." Charles stuffed his hands in his pockets. "Just that they had a warrant." "Don't you think we should call them?" "I don't want to think about it any more tonight. I'm going to bed." Charles walked away and trudged up the stairs. Ari gave Leah a hug. "I'm so glad he's back." She frowned. "But for how long?" "You think he's going to take off again? Or have to go to the station?" "I don't see why. Ryan looks like a prime suspect." "They must have some kind of evidence against Charles. What could it be?" "No idea, but it's probably a stretch. The only thing tying him to the bodies is the fact that you guys live in between the two properties. It's circumstantial." "We'll see if they take the Ryan lead seriously enough to leave Charles alone. But without knowing what the evidence is, I won't be able to stop thinking about it." Ariana squeezed her again. "You've got to quit worrying so much. It isn't good for you." "Have you looked at my life recently? It's all stress." "Everything will work out." "You can't promise that." "Look at Damon and me. The cops were all over us, but now we're off their list. The same will hold true for you and Charles. Maybe. They'll find Olivia and arrest Ryan. There won't be any reason to look at Charles. Only if they can tie all the bodies to Ryan. What are the chances? Whoever buried those women also killed them. It was one person. They might think Charles was working with Ryan. Then what? A headache was starting to form behind Ari's temples. I think you're going to feel a lot better in the morning. We should all get some sleep. Won't change anything. Leah headed toward her bedroom. Ariana turned to Damon. I know she's really stressed out, but she's not even trying to see a bright side. He kissed the top of her head. You can't force her. She needs to work through this on her own. I hate seeing her like that. So do I. But she has to cope with the stress in her own way. Plus there's the whole baby thing. It's a lot. Right, she agreed. We talked about staying somewhere else. Do you think we should look into that? Even if they don't mind us being here, it's one more thing they have to deal with on top of everything else. We can do that if you want. I don't want to be a burden to them either. He pulled her close. Let's take your advice and get some rest. It's been a long day. We can decide what to do in the morning when everyone is clear-headed. Sounds like a plan. They made their way to the guest room and got ready for bed. Ariana dug through her purse, trying to find her phone. Must have left it in her car. I'll be right back, she told him while he was in the shower. Gotta get something from the car. Ari found her phone between the seat and her door. No new texts or calls. She remote-locked the car. What do you think you're doing? Came a male voice from behind. She whipped around, recognized the man from HOA meetings. He could only be one person. Ryan Kane? The one and only. Her pulse drummed in her ears. She stood taller to hide her nervousness. What are you doing here? You think I didn't see your car? He said. Excuse me? He scowled. Following me. You mean when you flew past the police station like a bat out of hell? I have no idea what you think you know, but you're wrong. If you're clueless, how do you know I'm wrong? Ryan leaned against her car. I know all the vehicles in the neighborhood. You must lead a pretty boring life. His nostrils flared. I make it my business to know my surroundings. Because you have something to hide? Because I want to keep my family safe. You live in Rosie Hills. Doesn't get much safer than this. He glanced over at Ariana's empty plot of land with piles of dirt from the police unearthing the bodies. Really? Yes, really. She stared him down and stepped toward the house. Good night. You shouldn't get involved with other people's business. She stopped. Why not? It doesn't concern you. When people are buried on my property, it does. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Ariana cocked a brow. Why don't you tell me? Just drop your little search. That's all you need to know. And if I don't? His eyes narrowed and he turned around, started walking away, then angled his head back slightly. There are already bodies buried here. That should tell you something. Are you threatening me? Ryan picked up his pace. Say that to my face. She pulled out her phone to record him. If you dare. Enjoy your night. Then he disappeared around the corner. Chapter 26. Maya put the last of the groceries away and took in the silence. She had the house to herself for at least an hour. The kids were at preschool, and Bridget should just be starting her yoga class. While getting them ready for preschool, both Lola and Noah had called her Olivia at least once, further proof that her sister had worked here. The question was, where was Olivia now? Way out in the woods where Ryan went the night before? That was the only thing that made any sense, but without proof, she couldn't make any assumptions. There had to be a paper trail. He couldn't own property without it. Even just renting an apartment meant filling out a ton of paperwork. Buying property had to be even more complicated. She filled a glass with water, gulped it down, and wandered through the house. The living room was filled with expensive furnishings and artwork. Other rooms showcased large family portraits. The less formal rooms held toys and showcased art by little hands. Even though the main part of the house looked child-free, at least the kids had their spaces. Their rooms especially were every little kid's dream. But that wasn't why she was here. Maya needed to find out what she could about the secret property. She went to the utility closet and found what she needed to dust, giving her the excuse in case anyone did come home to find her snooping. Or she could demand answers, but that wouldn't get her anywhere. Probably just fired. Then she wouldn't have access to the house anymore. Maya dusted picture frames in the hallway. Not that they needed it. And stopped at the first closed door. Guest bedroom. Generic flowered decor with no personal belongings. The last place anyone would put important paperwork. Unless they wanted to hide it. Could be worth a quick look, especially since she already had the door open, and if they had cameras, it would look less suspicious if she went in. She brushed over the surfaces, making sure to open every drawer, all empty, and under the bed. Even the closet had relatively few items, and definitely no paperwork to any property in the woods for holding Nanny's prisoner. That thought made her pause. Even if she was in danger, at least Ryan would bring her to Olivia. And Maya had pocket knives and bear spray tucked away in her pockets. She would defend herself and her twin, then get them as far away as possible. One thing at a time. First, she needed to find proof this wasn't a wild goose chase. So far, all she had was following a car that she felt sure had to be Ryan's. There was a seed of doubt. She hadn't seen the driver behind the dark windows. One thing was certain. He hadn't wanted to be seen, and that made him all the more suspicious. It had to have been him, but maybe it wasn't. This family was the last link to Olivia, so she would do whatever it took to find answers. The clues had to be in this house. They weren't in the nondescript guest room. She needed to get into the master bedroom. Most of the doors were closed, and if she pretended to dust each room, it could take all week to find what she needed. The kids only spent a few hours at preschool each day, and she'd already used over an hour grocery shopping and putting the food away. Maya dusted more picture frames in the hall and turned the knob to the next door. Locked. Must be something good in there. That would have to wait. More dusting. Next door. The knob twisted. She held her breath as she opened the door. A small library. Every wall was lined with shelves that went up to the ceiling. Each one was filled with books. All meant for reading, none for record-keeping. She walked around dusting, scanning the spines for anything out of place, something that might hold the documents she needed. Olivia would have loved this room. Reading had excited her from the time they were little. Maya preferred to watch the screen version of any story. For as similar as she and her twin were on the outside, they were every bit the opposite on the inside. Maya loved dogs. Olivia adored cats. Maya wanted tacos for every meal, but Olivia would only eat noodles. They used to drive their parents crazy. Their mom always said no matter what she made to eat, she was starving one of her children because they would never eat the same thing. Luckily, things like books, dogs, and tacos were only surface level. They cared about each other and would do anything to protect one another. That was what counted. Why Maya was here, working as a nanny to find her sister. Next door. Also locked. She would have to check these every day. Eventually, someone would have to leave one unlocked. But did her sister have that much time? Maya needed to find something now. There was no time to waste. She continued dusting, checking knobs. After checking the third one, she was about ready to give up and look somewhere else. The fourth door opened. She stared, hardly able to believe it. Not only did the door open, but the room was an office. Just what she was looking for. Maya stepped in and dusted, trying to appear disinterested. She wanted to rip open every drawer and rifle through the contents. When she came to the file cabinet, she pulled open the top drawer and dusted along the edges, fanning the files. Each one was labeled taxes and had a year next to it. Useless. Unless one held the deed to a property in the woods. But it was anyone's guess where to start. If Ryan was responsible for the bodies found on the other street, he had to have been at this for a long time. How many others had he taken? Killed? Her stomach lurched. The man gave off such a slimy aura, it wouldn't surprise her if he was the killer. At least the detectives seemed to be taking her seriously. They actually filed a missing person report, unlike all of her attempts in the other places where Olivia had worked. But proving murder would take a whole lot more, which was why she needed to find that deed, now. Heavy footsteps sounded in the hallway. Thud, thud, thud. Maya reached to close the drawer. Ryan appeared in the doorway. Her voice caught. "What are you doing?" He stepped inside the office. "I could ask you the same thing." "Me? I live here. This is my office. What's your excuse?" "I work here, remember?" He took another step closer. "We'll see how long that lasts." "Is that a threat?" She inched her fingers toward one of the knives. "My wife didn't ask permission before hiring you. You aren't technically working for us." "Permission? Are you for real?" "We're married," he said, as if that answered her question. "I'm working for her. I filled out the paperwork." Maya took a step toward the door. "Excuse me." He didn't budge. "Where's Olivia?" Anger flashed across his face. "You do know her." "Obviously. We're identical twins." He lunged for her. Chapter 27. Ariana reached for her hairdryer, but stopped. 10 new texts and 5 missed calls. She unlocked the phone to see who they were from. Rita and Leah, except one text from Maya. From the looks of it, Maya's text had started it all. Her text was only one word, but it said enough to send a chill down Ariana's spine. Maya. 911. She called Maya back. Voicemail. Then she called Rita. "Where have you been?" Rita answered. "In the shower. What's going on?" "Maya's in trouble." "Did Ryan hurt her? Take her?" "We don't know. She's only sent the one, 911. "I saw that," Ariana said. "Have you been to the Kane's house?" "No. Let's go." Ariana looked at her reflection, dripping hair and a towel wrapped around her. "Give me 2 minutes to get dressed. I'll meet you out front." "Okay." Ariana ended the call and hurried to the bedroom. "What's the matter?" Damon asked, his eyes wide. She explained the situation as she grabbed random clothes. "I'll tell Charles and Leah." He raced from the room before she could tell him that Leah already knew. Ariana got dressed, ran her brush through her hair, and raced downstairs. Everyone was in the entry talking over each other. "We need to get to the Canes," Ariana said. Damon pulled out his phone. "I'm going to make some calls while you talk to his wife. If he owns property out there, I'm going to find the address." He raced toward the living room. Ariana headed out the front door. "I'm going with Rita to the Canes' house." "So am I." Leah hurried after her. Rita, in her running car, waved them over. Before Ari and Leah even closed their doors, Rita hit the gas, making the tires squeal. "You know," Leah said, "if you throw us out of the car before we get there, it's only going to take longer to find Maya." "Especially if we end up in the ER," Ari said. "Just close the doors," Rita said. "We don't have time to waste." Ari and Leah managed to close the doors while Rita zipped down the street. They exchanged a glance, but didn't say anything. Rita was right. There were more important matters at hand. They screeched to a stop in front of the Canes' house. Maya's car was there, but Ryan's was not. Bridget, dressed in yoga clothes, got out of her car and turned to them. "Is everything okay?" "Where's Maya?" Rita demanded. "Inside, I would imagine. Who are you? Why are you here?" "We're Maya's friends, and we're worried about her," Ariana said. "Did Ryan come home?" "His car isn't here." "That isn't what she asked," Leah snapped. "Maya sent us a text that she's in trouble. We can't reach her." Bridget pulled out her phone and swiped the screen a few times. "The camera shows he came in and—" "Oh, no." "What?" Rita said, and the three of them raced to see the footage. Bridget swallowed. "He left in his car with Maya. She was struggling." Ariana's stomach lurched. She dug out the detective's card and handed it to her. "Send the video to Detective Rojas." Rita and Leah headed toward Rita's car. "Where are you going?" Bridget asked. "To your second property," Ariana said. "We need the address." "Come again?" It took Ari a moment to find her voice. "You don't have another house? Cabin, maybe? Or a relative's lake house? Anything?" "This is our only home, and none of our relatives live in the area." "Come on," Rita called. "If you happen to come across the address," Ariana said to Bridget, "tell that to the detective too. Call her now." Bridget started to say something, but Ari raced back into the car and slammed the door. "I need to call Damon. She doesn't know anything." "That's what she claims," Leah said. "She looked genuinely confused when I brought it up. It makes sense if you think about it. Why would Ryan tell her about the place he's been killing women?" "This is so messed up," Rita said. "How many criminals do we have in our neighborhood? Rosie Hills is supposed to be safe." "People are rarely what they seem," Ariana said. "Social media is proof enough of that." "Yeah, but most people don't do the things Boone and Ryan do." "You'd be surprised." Ari called Damon and quickly updated him, then asked if he'd found the address of Ryan's property. "There isn't record of anything under his name. Nothing?" she exclaimed. "There has to be something. He has Maya now." "I did find something." "Spit it out." "Where am I going?" Rita asked. "The freeway, north." "What?" Damon said. "We're heading over. What did you find?" "Ryan oversees a bunch of properties. It's complicated and hiding behind an LLC, but between Charles and me, it's all starting to come together." Do any of those properties happen to be where we were last night? There are 3 out that way. 3? I'll let you know as soon as I know more. I need to focus on this. Her head swam as she tried to make sense of it. Ryan potentially had 3 places he could be taking Maya. 3 locations that he could be heading toward right now, or where he might already be holding others captive. Chapter 28. Ariana checked her phone, again. No new calls or texts from anyone. "Can you drive any faster?" Leah asked. "You want to sit here?" Rita glanced back. "Sure, pull over." "I can't. It's illegal on the freeway." "Take the next exit and we'll play musical chairs." "If I go any faster, I'll get a ticket." "Once the cops hear what we're doing, they'll help us out." "The detectives already know," Rita said. "Assuming Bridget called Rojas," Leah muttered. "You don't think she did?" "She could be covering for her husband." Rita glanced over. "Did you see how horrified she was when she saw the doorbell cam replay? I'm certain she did the right thing." "Of course, you would think a wife wouldn't protect her husband," Leah said. "If Charles was in trouble, I'd want to help him no matter what." "Even if he was holding someone hostage?" Leah didn't respond. "You can't be serious," Rita said. "He's my husband. There's a reason spouses don't have to testify against each other in court." "I'd speak out against mine." "Your husband is Boone." Rita glanced back and glowered at her. "I meant a future hypothetical husband that I actually care about." Leah tapped Ari's shoulder. "What about you? Would you defend Damon?" "If someone's life was in danger?" "If people claimed he was responsible for it." "I'd need to find out what's going on." "You're both liars." "Harsh," Rita snapped. "Or at least in denial," Leah quipped. "I'd protect and defend Charles until I had nothing left in me." "You wouldn't feel that way if he was abusive toward you," Rita said. "He treats you like a princess. Do you know how hard it was always listening to you brag about him spoiling you while I had to go home to a temperamental jerk? You could have started the divorce process before he plotted your abduction. And single-handedly ruined my family's business. Have you forgotten I married him to save my dad's career? His business would have sunk otherwise, and my entire family would have had to move into the slums." "So what you're saying is that you'd make yourself miserable to protect your family?" Leah asked. "It's the same thing." "No, because my dad didn't do anything wrong. He's not like Boone." "Your dad guilted you into marrying someone horrible. The Fuentes family name would have been shamed. I did my part to prevent that." "Like I said, same thing." "Not even close." "Enough," Ariana said. "This isn't helping anything. We need to find Maya and Olivia." "How far is this place?" Rita asked. "We still have a ways to go. I'm going to see if Damon discovered anything yet." "What are you going to do if we get there and still don't have an address?" Leah asked. "I'll go around every gate until I find them." "Someone might shoot you for trespassing," Leah said. "People out that far can be crazy." "Says the person who would cover for her husband," Rita muttered. Ariana turned up the music loud enough that nobody could speak over it. Then she texted Damon. "Ariana, making progress?" Damon, "I think I have an address. Almost didn't find it because it belongs to his stepsister." Ariana, "Text it to me." Damon, "Charles and I are going to drive out there. You mind waiting?" Ariana, "Yes, there's no time." Damon, "I figured you'd say that. Do you have weapons?" Ariana, "A pocket knife and some spray." Damon, "Promise me you'll be careful." Ariana, "Always. You bringing anything?" Damon, I have a knife, and Charles has a pistol. Ariana. Hurry! Damon. We are. Ariana. We might need that gun. Damon. Hopefully not. Love you. Ariana. Love you more. He texted the address, and she put it into the car's navigation. Rita turned down the music. Another 30 minutes? Longer the way you drive, Leah griped. What'll take more times is if I have to pull over because you won't drop your attitude. Now I have an attitude? You've had one toward me ever since you found out I was pregnant. Since I found out the dad is married. Was, Rita snapped. He's dead now, remember? I thought you two already worked this out, Ariana said. What's to work out? Leah asked. We can't trust her around our husbands. Even if I didn't trust Rita, which I do, I trust Damon. Maybe that's the real issue. Rita shot a quick glare at Leah. Do you not want to admit that you don't trust Charles? Excuse me? If you were as secure in your relationship with Charles as Ari is with Damon, then you wouldn't have a problem with me, would you? Now I'm insecure? Leah crossed her arms. You want to walk the rest of the way? Rita asked. I'll pull over and you can get out. I thought you were worried about pulling over being illegal. Anything to get you to stop talking. Maybe I can find a married man to replace me in here. Ariana whipped around and gave Leah a pleading look. You two can work this out later. We need to focus to be at the top of our game. Not trusting her is a legitimate worry. We all have each other's backs. We're friends, remember? Friends don't lie. What did I lie about? Rita exclaimed. You both knew I had boyfriends because Boone spent more time with his whores than me. I never kept any of that a secret. You never once brought up your moral superiority before my abduction. I didn't have a problem with you sleeping with single men. Why can't you get it through your head that I would never do that to you? In fact, the baby daddy is the only married man I've ever been with. And for the record, as I've already told you, he was just as miserable in his marriage as I was. He would have bailed long before, but she was using the kids against him. Kids are involved? Leah asked. That's even worse. You act like I'm still seeing him. Ariana thought about interjecting her thoughts again, but it wouldn't do any good. Leah and Rita obviously needed to have it out before making up. She did her best to tune them out as they circled the same arguments. Finally, they came to the turnoff onto the dirt road. Can we focus on what's important? Ari said. You two need to put aside your differences because Maya's and Olivia's lives are going to depend on it. They both agreed. Hopefully, they would stick to their promise. Chapter 29. Damon checked his texts. Nothing new from Ariana. Almost there, Charles said. They passed the diner where he'd met Ari and Maya the night before. It hardly seemed possible that it was only one night ago. It felt like weeks. He looked at his phone again. Still nothing. Want to call them? Charles asked. No, they need to focus. But knowing that didn't stop the horrific images from flashing through his mind. Pictures of Ryan holding a gun to Ariana's head. Shooting. So much blood. He shook his head to clear it. The only way he'd feel better was to see her standing there. If they were in trouble, they'd let us know. Unless they couldn't. Like if he had them tied up inside a building that he set on fire. I'm the writer, but you're the one with the wild imagination. Guess it comes naturally. You aren't your father. People were always telling him that. Maybe his internal struggles weren't as much of a secret as he liked to believe. Charles turned onto the street that led to the dirt road. "We're only 15 minutes away." 15 minutes that felt like an eternity. A vision of Ariana's lifeless body crumpling to the ground flashed before him. What if they weren't able to get there in time? They would. They had to. There wasn't another option. And if Ryan was hurting Ariana, Damon would stop him, make him pay, beat him within an inch of his life, and make the loser regret ever harming anyone. Damon closed his eyes and took a deep breath. No good would come from beating that slime ball to a pulp. It would only land Damon in jail. He would defend his wife, keep her safe. That was all that was needed. If she even needed any help. What were the chances that any of his imaginings could come true? He'd married a smart woman, and together they taught personal safety skills to others. She could handle herself. She'd faced and lived through worse. "Damon?" Charles said, his voice sounding far away. "What?" Damon pulled himself from his thoughts. "We're here." Charles turned onto a dirt road, a sign barely visible thanks to the overgrowth of trees. "Is this where you were last night?" "I can't tell. It looks so different in the light." The sun was already starting to set, so darkness would cover everything again soon. They traveled a few more minutes before reaching Rita's car parked on the side, just past a turnoff. The GPS showed that this was the right way. Damon's breath caught in his throat. Ariana was so close. Was she safe? More bloody images spun in his mind's eye. "You okay?" Charles pulled over in front of the other car. "Let's find them." "I'm ready." Charles patted the pocket where he'd concealed his pistol. They exited the car and hurried toward the turnoff. "Are you going to set the alarm?" Damon asked. "Who's going to steal it out here? We're more likely to need a quick getaway." Good thinking. Damon focused his attention to see if he could hear anything. Nothing other than some birds squawking in the distance. They came to a large steel gate locked with a code box. Half a dozen no trespassing signs warned them away. Charles tapped the gate. "It's not electrical. Come on." They climbed over, kicking up dust as they landed on the hard earth. The road continued, turning from dirt to gravel. Thick trees protected them on either side, and also hid anyone who might be watching. Damon sent Ari a quick text, letting her know they were in. No response. He focused on the path, not allowing violent images in his mind. Checked his pockets. Everything was in place. "How much farther do you think it is?" Charles asked. "I hope not too much." "I'm starting to worry about our wives." "They know what they're doing." Damon was trying to convince himself more than Charles. "Still, they've been silent too long for my liking." "If they're smart, their phones are all on vibrate." Charles pulled out his and checked before putting it back. Snap. They turned to the left simultaneously. "What was that?" Charles whispered. Damon pulled out a pocket knife larger than his hand. "Sounded like a branch. Could be a forest animal." "That doesn't make me feel any better." They waited a minute. When nothing else made noise, they continued on. Hairs on the back of Damon's neck stood. Someone, or something, was watching them. "Do you feel that?" Charles asked. Damon nodded. "If Leah wasn't out here, I'd run for my car." "She is, though, and we need to find them." They waited. Damon relaxed. I think whatever it was moved on. Probably an animal. "This is too much." I write about things like this happening to other people. I don't like being part of the script. This isn't a movie. Damon continued on, his mouth parched from nerves. He stopped. Charles bumped into him. What gives? I think we found a cabin. A small structure stood in a clearing. It was hard to make out any details with darkness settling in, but it was definitely a building. The road wound away from it in the opposite direction. Damon gestured for Charles to follow. They moved aside branches and squeezed between bushes until they stood in the clearing. The cabin couldn't have had more than 2 or 3 rooms. Moss grew up the walls and covered the roof. Charles snapped a picture. Damon hurried over to the building. The one window was covered with old newspapers. No way to see inside. He went around another covered window. One on each side of the cabin. No way to look in. He circled back around to the door, twisted the knob. Locked. No surprise. Charles turned to him. Should we break in? Not yet. Why are we here then? We don't even know if this is the right cabin. Do you think there are others farther down? It's possible, Damon said. We should also figure out where the others are. They could be in here. Charles eyed the door. Let's look around before we do something extreme. I think we've already passed that point. Those no trespassing signs make me think someone already has a gun pointed at us. Come on. Damon headed down a narrow path. Charles muttered about them wasting time. You can go back and knock down the door, but I'd like to see if we can find our wives first. They could be inside. Like I said, you can go back if you want to. We're better off sticking together. Damon started to agree, but stopped in his tracks. They came to a lake. The sky and water both glowed bright orange. It nearly blinded him as his eyes adjusted. Are those palm trees? Charles asked. Damon squinted. Sure enough, on the other side of the lake, someone had planted palm trees. How do those stay alive in this climate? No idea, Damon said. Don't really care right now. Crunch. Damon leaped behind a tree. Charles joined him. Snap. Someone stepped out into the clearing. Chapter 30. Ariana looked toward the woods. Couldn't see anything with the sun almost completely hidden. The only things she could see were in the clearing. Did you hear that? She asked. Leah and Rita both whispered no. We should check it out. Ariana marched toward the trees. Are you crazy? Leah asked. It could be a wild animal. Or it could be Maya. Ari braced for the worst, her finger on the pepper gel nozzle. Rita caught up with her, holding a small turquoise and black gun in ready position. 2 men leaped out from the trees. Leah gasped. Bang! Ariana's ears rang from the gunshot. It's us! The man waved his arms. Damon and Charles! Ari's knees turned to rubber. Leah ran over to them. I wouldn't have fired if I knew it was the guys, Rita said. Good thing you missed. It was a warning shot. Ariana ran over to Damon. We've been trying to reach you. He embraced her. She clung to him. Sorry, we didn't have time to stop. Did you find Ryan? Not yet. There's a cabin not far from here, Charles said. You found the cabin? Ariana exclaimed. Take us to it, Rita said. They followed Damon and Charles, needing their flashlights to see anything under the thick cover of the trees. Ariana raced over to the small structure as soon as it came into view, saw the windows blocked with newspaper. She knocked on the wall. What are you doing? Leah asked. Trying to find out if anyone is inside. Ari rapped on it again. If Ryan is in there, he'll hear you too. We can take him. She knocked again, waited, moved to the next side of the building, knocked, and waited. Next to her, Rita twisted the doorknob. We already tried that, Damon said. There's no way in. There's always a way. Ariana continued around the rest of the building until she ended up where she started. If anyone was inside, they either didn't want to be found or they couldn't get themselves to a wall to respond to her efforts. She needed to get inside one way or another. The windows seemed like the easiest option. Depending on how strong the glass was, her knife's handle or even her flashlight might break it with enough force. Ari pressed her palm on the cold glass. It jiggled. She moved her hand around. The glass wiggled. Did you find something? Damon asked. I'm not sure. Ari pressed her fingertips underneath the frame, pushed upward. The window rose an inch, then another. It was unlocked the whole time, he said. She strained to lift it higher. It barely budged. Damon helped. It moved up another few inches. A little more. Just enough space for her to squeeze through. Lift me up. Do you want to go in alone? You can follow me, but I'm heading inside. Let's open it a little more, then I can fit. I'm not waiting. She reached inside and pulled herself up. Damon wrapped his arms around her and helped her the rest of the way. Once her feet were on the floor, she turned on her flashlight. Dusty cobwebs occupied every corner. Junk was piled everywhere. Items that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. A disco ball and a record player appeared to be the newest items in the room. Ariana poked around to make sure nobody was hiding underneath. She half expected to find a skeleton, but the room appeared to be nothing other than storage. Behind her, the window rattled as Damon struggled to get it up. Some help? He said. Hold on. She stepped through the doorway. The next room was slightly larger. It had almost no clutter, only a few piles of clothes against one wall. There was a flower-printed couch with a mismatched love seat perpendicular to it. A low rectangular coffee table full of ashtrays and long empty plates stood in front of them. A fireplace that looked like it would crumble if she so much as sneezed was across from the couch. Ariana! Damon called from the other room. Come here. She pulled herself from her thoughts and opened the front door. Then she went back to the junk room. I opened the door, but there isn't anything to see, and nobody's here. Leah and Charles found another cabin, and there's a light shining in one of the windows. Ari dropped her flashlight. What? Hurry! She scrambled to grab the flashlight and raced outside, around to where Damon stood with Charles. Where? Follow me. Charles ran into the woods. Is it them? Ari asked as she and Damon took off after him. It has to be. This property is tied to Ryan. I hope they're still alive. Her heart broke at the thought of not getting to them in time. They are. Damon sounded like he was trying to convince himself as well as her. They both knew how crazy Ryan was, considering he had to be the person burying all those bodies in Rosie Hills. What I don't get, she said, is why he would bury those bodies in the neighborhood when he has all this land at his disposal. He could want to get caught. Think of all the famous killers who did stupid things after years of flawless crime sprees. That means he might have a conscience. The thought filled her with hope. They might be able to reason with him to let the twins go. Or he might want notoriety. Murderers are the least likely criminals to have morals. He has a family, she said. I have to believe he cares on some level, even if it's subconscious. Let's hope. Charles's flashlight beam stopped bouncing up and down. Ari grabbed Damon's hand. "Are we here?" "Looks like it." They caught up with their friend. In front of them, across a grassy field, stood a cabin the size of a small home. A dim light shone from behind curtains on the top floor. Chapter 31. "Where are Leah and Rita?" Ariana asked. "They're walking around the house," Charles said. Ari raced across the field, stopping only for a moment to take in the lit window, and continued on. Her friends were on the back side of the cabin. "Find anything?" she asked. "No," Rita said. "Everything is locked and—" Snap. Leah gasped. "Turn off your lights." Ariana switched hers off as she looked in the direction of the noise. Snap. Leah clung to her. "I'm going to check it out," Ari whispered. "Me too," Rita agreed. "You two are crazy," Leah said. "We need to wait for the cops. Let them do their jobs." "They know what's going on," Ariana said. "And they aren't here. We are. I'm going to call the detective with this new update. They might not be able to do anything. This is a whole different county. Red tape like that slows things down. We're here and—" Snap. Ariana marched toward the noise, holding her knife ready to attack, mentally preparing herself for a run-in with her deranged neighbor, ready to make the first move. She stopped at the corner and peeked around. The moon was bright, but didn't offer much light, and she didn't dare turn on her flashlight. Ariana crept around to the other side of the house. Someone grabbed her arm. She swung her blade. "Ari, it's me." It took her a moment to recognize Damon's voice. She pulled away from his hold. "What were you thinking, grabbing me like that?" "Ryan's here." "What?" "We just saw him walking up the path. We need to get the others." Ariana grabbed her friends, and they followed Damon into the trees. Charles was already waiting. "Finally, Ryan's almost here." "Why are we hiding?" Rita asked. "There are 5 of us. He doesn't stand a chance." "He could have a gun," Damon said. "We need to see what he does, assess the situation. Maya or Olivia could be in there, or both, and we'll have an easier time getting in if he unlocks the door." "Fair point," Rita said. "Then we take him." Gravel crunched on the road. Ryan appeared, jaunting toward the cabin. Ariana's blood turned to ice. This was really happening. It was hardly the first time she had been in a dangerous situation, but it never got easier when her life or the lives of people she cared about were on the line. The stakes were always the same. There was no coming back from death. Ryan reached the porch and stopped, unlocked the door. "We need to get in," she said, "before he closes the door." "I agree," Rita said. "Time to attack." "Someone needs to call the police," Leah said. Damon pulled out his phone. No reception. "Then go to the main road. Call them." Damon started to say something, but Ariana leaped out and ran toward the cabin, reached the porch just as the door was closing. She put her foot in the space, stopped it. She held up her knife, ready to defend herself. Moments passed. The door didn't open further. Ryan didn't appear. Did he not notice? Ariana turned to where the others were and gestured that she was going inside. She nudged the door, peeked in. The room was dark, but brighter than outside. A light from another room lit up the living room. The furnishings were more modern than in the other cabin. Not that it was a hard feat. She tiptoed inside, tilted her head to listen. Silence. Ari made her way to the light source. An empty kitchen. He must have gone upstairs. She turned around, stopped. Something caught her eye. a slightly open door partially hidden by the fridge. Ari crept over, pulled on the knob. Creak. She froze, held her breath, waited. After a moment, she glanced into the dim space. Stairs, going down. The lit second floor would be much less daunting, but everything pointed to the basement. Ariana yanked the door open quickly. Squeak! If Ryan didn't know he had a visitor, he probably did now. Too late to turn back. She stepped onto the first stair, half expecting it to crumble under her weight. Creak. Noisy, but it held. She tested the next one, pressing slightly. It groaned. She tapped another spot. Nothing. Ari repeated the process for each step. It felt like an eternity by the time she reached the bottom. At least her eyes had adjusted to the dark. She could see the outline of items, but couldn't tell what anything was. The room smelled musty, and dampness clung to her skin. The stench tickled her nose. A sneeze threatened. She covered her nose, held her breath, ducked. Like any of that would help. Couldn't stop the sneeze. Pressed her lips closed, kept her hand over her nose. She managed to muffle the sound, but if anyone was close, they would have heard it. The basement remained still. Ariana squinted and looked around, not finding that it helped her vision much. Everything was still dark. She inched toward the stairs again and listened. Nothing upstairs. Hadn't anyone followed her into the house? Or were they managing to be quieter than her? Ari waited a little longer. It could have been 10 minutes or 30 seconds. No way to tell. She was wasting time. Either or both of the twins could be in this house. There was no telling when or if any police were coming. This was up to her. Their lives depended on it. Ari shined her flashlight around slowly. The room was filled with all the things anyone staying near a lake in the mountains would want. Jet skis, snow and water skis, hiking gear, and more, plus countless cardboard boxes lined the walls. But no Maya or Olivia. However, there was a hallway. It could lead to one of them. She quickly memorized the layout, killed her light, and walked through the maze of equipment. Came to the hall, felt around. It went to the left. She followed it, keeping her palms against the wall, waiting to bump into a box or a body. She shoved that thought from her mind. With Ryan involved, it wasn't impossible, but she had to believe the twins were okay. There was no other option. Her fingertips brushed something poking out from the wall. A door frame. This could be it. She felt around, found the knob. Her heart nearly exploded out of her chest as she twisted it. It turned. She pushed. The door opened. Something made a squeaking noise. Then a gasp sounded. Ariana turned on her flashlight. The room was bare, with a tile floor and a thin stained mattress in the middle. But that wasn't all. Maya shivered in the far corner. No, not Maya. She had long hair, a nose ring, and torn clothes. Not to mention she was covered in bruises and dried blood. Olivia? She nodded, held her hands up in a defensive position. I'm a friend of Maya's. My name is Ariana, and I'm here to help you. She shined the light on herself. Then she took slow, measured steps and held out her free hand. Is that okay? Olivia nodded again. You know my sister? She asked, her voice scratchy. She's looking for you. I think Ryan might have her. No. Olivia's eyes widened. How? She posed as a nanny to find you. Olivia recoiled. She what? Let me help you. Maya can explain everything herself. But Ryan, the only thing you need to think about is getting out of here. My friends are waiting outside. We can drive you to a hospital. Tears shone in her eyes. Really? Yes, but we need to hurry. The door slammed. Not so fast, said a male voice. Olivia whimpered. Ariana shined the light in Ryan's face. Move away from the door. He cackled. I can't believe I have 3 lovelies at once. It was why I let you follow me out here, you know. I knew you would come to try to save them yourself. What? You don't have any of us. Ari dug through her pockets until she found what she was looking for. She pulled it out, inched toward him. I have you exactly where I want you. A slow smile spread across his face. This is a dream come true. Is that what you think? Ariana readied herself, keeping the light in his eyes. Yes, and I'm going to shine that in your face soon enough. See how you like it. Sounds like fun. A confused expression crossed his face. She took 2 large steps, aimed for his arrogant eyes, pressed the nozzle. Pepper gel sprayed out. He screamed like a little girl, clawing at his eyes and kicking the air. Ariana spun around and pulled Olivia toward the door. She shoved Ryan out of the way, and they raced down the hall, through the maze of storage in the main part of the basement, up the noisy stairs. She almost ran into the door. She hadn't closed it. Ryan had to have done it. Something crashed near the bottom of the stairs. You're going to pay, Ryan shouted. Hurry, Olivia pleaded. I have more of that spray, Ari called down to him. Are you thirsty for more? The knob wouldn't budge. She fought with the lock. It twisted. The knob turned. She opened the door. Olivia covered her eyes in the light of the kitchen. She'd probably been in darkness the whole time she'd been here. Ariana helped her through the house, stopped dead in the living room. Rita lay next to the couch, her eyes closed. No! Ariana raced over, checked her pulse. It was strong. Ari led Olivia outside. Tell my friends outside that Rita needs help in here. I'm going to look for Maya upstairs. You think she's there? There was a light on earlier. I have to check. Go. The police should be on the way, and my friends will help you. Olivia nodded and sniffled. Just find Maya. I will. Ariana spun around. Don't forget about Rita. Loud footsteps sounded from behind. Ryan sauntered toward her, his eyes red and gushing water. Ari held up the spray can. He froze in place. Where's Maya? I'm going to kill you before you ever get to her. He lunged for her, but fell over the love seat. She sprayed him again. More high-pitched hollering. Ari raced up the stairs, skipping every other step. Maya? The carpeted upstairs hallway was a stark contrast to the basement. Maya? Thump, thud. Ariana headed left, toward the noise. Maya! Thud, thud, thump. Damon appeared in a doorway. She's in here. Hurry. Maya thrashed on a bed, knocking the headboard against the wall. Her wrists and ankles were tied with ropes, and duct tape covered her mouth. Ari raced over and pulled off the tape. He said he has Olivia here, Maya said. Olivia's outside. I already got her out. Ariana struggled with the knot on Maya's wrists, while Damon worked on her ankles. Relief washed over Maya's face, but only for a moment. Ryan's in the house somewhere. He's occupied. Don't worry about him. Ariana gave up on untying the rope and remembered her pocket knife, freed Maya's wrists. Damon dropped the ropes from her ankles. Let's get out of here. Maya sat up and rubbed her skin. How did you find this place? We'll explain it later. Ariana helped her off the bed. After a few stumbling steps from her ankles having been tied, Maya ran ahead of her, in much better shape than her twin, who'd been held far longer. Damon took Ari's hand, and they followed their friend. Downstairs, Ryan thrashed on the floor, still hollering and swearing. "What happened to him?" Maya asked. "Pepper gel." "Good thinking." She raced outside. Ari returned to Rita and checked her pulse again. Good and strong. Sirens sounded in the distance. She squeezed Rita's hand. "You're going to be okay. We all are." Chapter 32. Ariana lugged another box to her car, squeezed it in next to the others, and wiped sweat from her forehead. "Can you fit any more in there?" Rita asked. Ariana glanced around before closing the door. "Everything's packed pretty tight. Maybe Damon has room in his." Rita ran across the street and spoke with Damon. Despite being knocked unconscious by Ryan, both she and the baby had been given a clean bill of health. Ariana wiped more sweat from her face. Although it was still spring, it was unseasonably warm for the area, and they were lugging boxes and stuffing cars with them. She and Damon had gone through everything from Rita's marriage that she was getting rid of, and taken what they might need for when they had a house to move into. Across the street, construction had already begun. The new foundation had been laid, and now posts and beams formed the first floor. A flurry of excitement flew from her stomach to her chest as she took in the sight. It would still be a few months before they could move in, but at least it was progress. Damon came over and gave her a quick kiss. "I'm going to stuff a couple more boxes into the charger and meet you over at the apartment." "Sounds good." She gave him another kiss and started her car. Damon and Ariana had decided to rent a place in the same building as Maya and Olivia, rather than continue to take advantage of Charles and Leah's invitation. They didn't want to add any more stress on top of what their friends were already dealing with. The couple really needed to focus on themselves for the time being, no matter how happy they said they were for Damon and Ari to keep staying with them. A half-hour later, everyone gathered in the apartment, checking out the temporary digs. On the balcony, Damon and Charles fired up the grill that had been Boone's. Ariana poured wine for her and the twins, and sparkling cider for Leah and Rita. Leah was treating her body like a temple as they went through fertility testing and took more steps to try to get pregnant. And with the hope of being able to conceive on the horizon, both Charles and Leah were in much brighter spirits. Charles's warrant was no longer an issue. It turned out that a confidential source had provided the police with what were now proven to be forged financial records. Those had led them to believe Charles was involved in a shady and illegal venture. Not only that, Leah had apologized to Rita for overreacting about the affair, and Charles had also made amends with Damon after his outburst. It all made Ariana realize just how painful trying to get pregnant could be. Leah and Charles hadn't lashed out like that before to anyone in the whole time she'd known them. They all toasted to happy endings. Rita turned to Olivia. "I can't believe you're returning to be the Kanes' nanny." Olivia, who looked infinitely better after the passing of 2 weeks since her rescue and many complimentary meals at Rita's restaurant, shrugged. "With Ryan in prison and so many murder charges facing him, I won't have time to see him again. I adore the kids, and Bridget has always been good to me. I think me returning will benefit everyone." "What about you?" Leah asked Maya. "I'm not letting my sister out of my sight. We're permanent roomies now, and I even found a job in Rosie Hills." "You did?" Olivia gave her twin a double take. "When did this happen?" I actually just signed the papers before I got here. Maya grinned. I'd have said something before, but I didn't want to jinx anything. Are you going to be a nanny too? A wide smile spread across Olivia's face. We could have so much fun planning play dates for the kids. That would be fun, but no, I'm not going to be a nanny. What then? Ariana leaned forward, her anticipation burning. There's an elderly gentleman who lives next door to the Canes. Mr. Mason, Olivia said with a smile. He and his wife are the sweetest people. If I ate all the cookies she offered me, I'd never fit through the door. Maya frowned. Actually, he's a widower now. No. Olivia covered her mouth. She had a stroke. I'm sorry. Maya hugged her sister. He needs help with housekeeping and shopping, so I'm going to take care of that for him. Olivia cleared her throat and blinked a few times. Well, we can still plan play dates. I bet he would love having the kids over. He's always talking to them, and they practically think of him as a bonus grandpa. And since they've both experienced losses, I'm sure spending time together would be good for all of them. That'll be perfect. Olivia smiled, but a single tear ran down her face. I'm sure going to miss Mrs. Mason. It's so weird seeing Boone's things in here, Rita said, obviously changing the subject. How long until your house is done? Wait, Leah said. Mason. That name sounds familiar. Rita glared at her. We're trying to move on to another topic? I remember hearing something about them not too long ago. Probably the notice regarding his wife's death. Rita turned to Maya. Was he confused about you being Olivia's twin? No, he said she's mentioned me to him. Ariana refilled the glasses and held hers high. To fresh starts. Everyone agreed and tapped their glasses with one another. Thank you, Rita mouthed to her. I've got it, Leah snapped her fingers. I remember what I heard about them before all this started. Rita groaned and apologized to Olivia. It's fine. She's mourning, Rita said. Maybe we can talk about this another time. But this is really interesting. What is? I can't remember exactly when it was, but not too long ago, the Masons were remodeling part of their house. It's the oldest one in the neighborhood. All the other houses were built around it. What's your point? Rita asked. I'm getting there. When they were remodeling, they found a box of Civil War money in a wall. Was Washington even a state during the Civil War? Ariana asked. It was a territory, Leah said. And don't ask me how the money got there, but it was verified as real. She turned to Maya. Who knows what you might find in that house? I'm not going to be breaking down any walls. But if people have lived on the property for that long, there might be more treasure waiting to be found. Damon and Charles brought in the cooked burgers, and Ariana leaped up to pull out the sides she'd bought from the fridge. But now she was curious about the Mason house. Did their neighborhood hold another secret? This concludes Don't Look Now by Stacy Claflin, narrated by Francis Anderson. Copyright 2022 by Stacy Claflin. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Stacy Claflin and was produced in the year 2026 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.